And good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us. At this time, brothers, I would like to place, in the interest of taking virtual attendance, we would like please to point your attention on your screen. A few things before we begin, however, as you notice, your audio has been turned off and your video has been turned off. Any speakers that will be presenting, we will be approaching you and we will be contacting you virtually through the platform for you to turn on your video and your audio. At this time, we will launch a poll. There is a question that is now being presented on your screen. Could you please click present to indicate your attendance? Upon completion, we will then begin our meeting. Thank you to those brothers who have submitted your attendance. For those of you that have not, please pay attention to your screen right now. We are very close to 100% of answers. If you have not already done so, please complete the poll now to log your attendance. Thank you. Thank you, brothers. We will now conclude our poll and we will proceed ahead momentarily. My brothers, at this time, I will now pass the meeting over to our worthy State Deputy, David Peters.
Your Excellency, Worthy Membership Growth Director, Supreme Director, Regional Growth Director, past State Deputies, fellow board officers, directors, chairmen, general agents, membership information officers, worthy district deputies, and my brothers. A very good morning to all of you. Throughout our activities as Knights of Columbus, we should always be committed to Almighty God. Therefore, I ask our chaplain, Bishop Crosby, to please open the session by leading us in prayer, that we might be guided by the Holy Spirit in all of our deliberations. Your Excellency.
Very good. Good morning, everybody, and thank you very much, State Deputy. I'm going to pray a prayer that the bishops at Vatican II prayed before every session. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. We stand before you, Holy Spirit, conscious of our sinfulness, but aware that we gather in your name. Come to us, remain with us, and enlighten our hearts. Give us light and strength to know your will, to make it our own, and to live it in our lives. Guide us by your wisdom. Support us by your power, for you are God, sharing the glory of Father and Son. You desire justice for all. Enable us to uphold the rights of others. Do not allow us to be misled by ignorance or corrupted by fear or favor. Unite us to yourself in the bond of love and keep us faithful to all that is true. And as we gather in your name, may we temper justice with love, so that all our decisions may be pleasing to you and earn the reward promised to good and faithful servants. You live and reign with the Father and the Son, one God, forever and ever. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Now, my brothers, let us all stand and join in singing our national anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. 14 porti
My brothers, we will now sing the opening ode. I now request that our chaplain grace us with a few words to get our meeting underway. Your Excellency.
There we are. Can you hear me?
Yes, Your Excellency.
Perfect. So thank you very much. I'm very happy to be the state chaplain to the Knights of Columbus. The Knights have been very good to me from the time I was ordained a bishop, and from the time I was actually ordained a priest, young priest up in Labrador City, and the Knights welcomed me there and continue to support me in many ways. And also when I was in Corner Brook, Newfoundland, the Knights were very supportive. And I must say here in Hamilton, the Knights of Columbus in the Hamilton area and throughout the diocese actually have been very generous and very supportive. So I'm happy to have an opportunity in a sense to pay back, if you want, by serving as a state chaplain. I want to, the few words I want to offer today is to begin this whole journey is to say that the fundamental Christian value, I believe, is gratitude. And I think it's important that the Knights of Columbus, underlying everything you do and everything, all our projects, all our that we are men of gratitude. You know, when we celebrate Mass and we say we celebrate the Eucharist, it's a word that means gratitude. It comes from a Greek root meaning thanksgiving, and the great preface dialogue begins, "Let us give thanks to the Lord our God," and the response is, "It is right and just." And then the priest continues, "It is truly right and just. It is our duty and our salvation always and everywhere to give you thanks, Father, Almighty God." And so I really consider that to be the fundamental Christian value. And when we celebrate the Mass, you know, we remember the action of Jesus Christ when he took bread, and what did he do? He gave thanks. When he took the chalice, what did he do? He gave thanks. And so that is what we must do. Gratitude does a few things. One of the things it does is pushes away misery. You can't be miserable and grateful at the same time. And when you are grateful, you don't take anything for granted. You are aware that people have blessed you, people have been kind to you, people have been generous to you, and gratitude is the result. And maybe the last thing to say about gratitude is that to say thank you and to be grateful doesn't cost anything. It doesn't cost a penny. It costs a little bit of breath over the voice box. And so make gratitude part of your life, an important part of your life. Begin the day by opening your eyes and being grateful that you have eyes to open, and being grateful that you've been given another day, because the day will come when you don't have another day. So for every day that you have, every day that we have, we must be grateful, and every day that we share, we must be grateful. And so that's my opening words, and I'll continue from there at each meeting. Thanks very much. God bless you all.
Mute me. Thank you, Your Excellency. My brothers, welcome to our District Deputies Organizational Meeting. Thank you to each and every one of you for offering your time and talents as you take on the role of District Deputy for the province of Ontario. You are sacrificing precious hours to be here today, time which you could have spent with your families, whom I hope and pray are safe and well during these times of uncertainty. Many of you are returnees as district deputies, and I congratulate you for having been part of the team which made Ontario so successful this last fraternal year. I have some good news for you. Pope Francis has recognized Father Michael J. McGivney's miracle, so we are one step closer to our founder's beatification, which is a great reason to rejoice. The other piece of good news is that in 2019-2020, we had 239 councils that submitted their SP7s, the Columbian Award applications. We reached 105% of our intake goal. We opened 9 councils. We made the Circle of Honor. What a successful year. Congratulations, and thank you, my brothers, for your hard work and support in achieving this honor for our great province of Ontario. We are honored to have a number of new district deputies make themselves available for this coming year, and I welcome them with open arms and a heart filled with gratitude. You are joining a group of successful leaders, and I hope and pray that you will find your new role to be gratifying. There will be challenges along the way, and I am sure, but if we all work in unison, we will overcome any hurdles that we might face. My brothers, we will now listen to our Supreme Knights message.
Brother Knights, we meet today under the most unusual circumstances in the history of the Knights of Columbus. Much of the world remains in the grip of a global pandemic, the severity and duration of which we cannot yet measure. In many countries, we face levels of unemployment and business closures unprecedented in our lifetime. In the United States, unemployment is now approaching levels unseen since the Great Depression. Many businesses remain closed, and some will never reopen. The impact of these factors on our churches and institutions are at this time still immeasurable. But we know that they are severe and that they will be with us for some time. Will the pandemic continue to recede, or will it reemerge later in the year? And if the coronavirus continues to be with us, will its severity diminish or will it increase? Will scientists find an effective vaccine and a treatment? And if so, when? Will large segments of our population develop immunity to COVID-19? All of these questions and many others are still without clear answers. But one thing is certain: we will never go back to exactly how things were. People have a right to be worried, but this is not a time for panic. To the contrary, it is a time for prudence, fortitude, and for action. It is a time for a strong, steady hand on the helm. In short, it is a time for leadership. It is a time for leadership that knows what needs to change and what must not. And that is the purpose of our meeting. You know of many of the changes that we have already made. During the last several years, we have implemented changes to make the Supreme Council stronger and to make our insurance program stronger, more competitive, and better positioned to withstand today's challenges. We have undertaken a major restructuring and enhancement of our IT department, reorganized and strengthened our insurance field force of more than 1,100 general and field agents, and we have brought greater productivity to our business departments and our customer service. Given the Supreme Council's proximity to the epicenter of the U.S. outbreak, that is, New York City, we took early action to ensure the health and safety of our employees and the continuity of our business operations by adopting a remote work plan. That transition went forward smoothly in a matter of days. Our insurance agents also transitioned to a new operating model demanded by social distancing. At the same time, we developed IT and procedural solutions that allowed every jurisdiction to hold virtual state conventions. We introduced an online exemplification of our new ceremonial. We announced an emergency church loan program for Catholic dioceses facing financial crisis. We implemented a multi-million-dollar food program, and we launched our Leave No Neighbor Behind initiative. All of this followed the earlier reorganization of our Fraternal Mission Department into 3 new separate divisions: Membership Growth and Marketing, Fraternal Operations, and Evangelization and Faith Formation. We also expanded our regional fraternal activities by the deployment of both regional growth directors and regional training directors. All of these changes have made the Knights of Columbus stronger and better prepared to withstand the challenges of the pandemic. We have the financial strength to address much of the suffering we see around us, but more importantly, we have the fraternal strength to do the great works of charity that the times demand. Pope Francis reminds us that when Catholics come together in the service of charity, we do so not as just one more volunteer group. During his 2008 pastoral visit to the United States, Pope Benedict XVI spoke of the true spiritual renewal of our church sought by the Second Vatican Council. Pope Benedict suggested that the unity of vision and purpose, so necessary to spiritual renewal, could be found in our own history of Catholicism in North America. The Pope went on to say that it was, quote, rooted in faith and a spirit of constant conversion and self-sacrifice. And this, said the Pope, was the secret of the impressive growth of the Catholic Church in North America. But then the Pope made this extraordinary observation. He said, quote, we need but think of the remarkable accomplishment of that exemplary American priest, the Venerable Michael McGivney, whose vision and zeal led to the establishment of the Knights of Columbus. Pope Benedict's statement leads us to ask a further question. What is the secret of the impressive growth of the Knights of Columbus? And I would suggest to you that this secret is a simple one. Through the spiritual genius of Father McGivney, we have found a way to transform friends into brothers, brothers who are committed and who care for one another. Membership in the Knights of Columbus is not a casual commitment, but it is a commitment that cannot be measured entirely by attending meetings or paying dues. Rather, it is a commitment that goes beyond such quantitative measures. Ultimately, it is a commitment of the heart and of the will, because it is the commitment to be a brother. In this way, we see why the words of Pope Benedict are so important. It is the commitment of faith, of conversion, and of self-sacrifice that are the keys to our growth in the Knights of Columbus, because they make possible the commitment to be a brother. This is why we so often refer to the Knights of Columbus as the Order of the Knights of Columbus. We do not claim some special juridical status, but like religious orders throughout history, we seek a community on the basis of brotherhood and on the discipline to follow certain principles. But what of the men who marry and must provide for their families? Men who are called to be active in the life of their parish. What is the idea of a Christian brotherhood for them? Is there a fraternal community to which they may belong? Just as we cannot be a husband or father for only one day or 1 hour, we cannot be a brother for 1 day or 1 hour a week. When we invite someone to join the Knights of Columbus and they decline with the excuse that they do not have time to attend more meetings, they are really missing the point of membership in the Knights of Columbus. Membership in the Knights of Columbus is not primarily an invitation to do something. Membership in the Knights of Columbus is primarily an invitation to be someone. It is an invitation to be a Catholic man who lives his life according to a Catholic commitment to charity, unity, and fraternity. This is one of the most important reasons for the introduction of our new ceremonial. We want all of our members to have a better understanding of how charity, unity, and fraternity come together to form brothers in the Knights of Columbus. Our new exemplification ceremony has already received an overwhelmingly positive response. It teaches our lessons of charity, unity, and fraternity in a way that is compelling and grounded in the rich history of the order. And it will make it easier to bring men into our ranks and easier for those men to serve as council officers. Over time, this ceremony will also strengthen our councils by making it possible for every council to have its own ceremonial team. An exemplification can be held in 30 minutes at the beginning of a council meeting. No longer will candidates be required to wait unreasonably long periods of time in order to join our ranks. And because of the social distancing required during the pandemic, we have made the new ceremonial available in a virtual format. It is now available online twice each week in English and Spanish, and once a week in French. This innovation makes it possible to exemplify new members and to advance existing members to the third degree. Already more than 23,000 men have participated in online exemplifications, thousands joining, and many thousands more advancing to the third degree. I also want to thank all those jurisdictions that have developed their own online ceremonials and those that have translated the ceremonial into Spanish and French. Being Catholic men committed to charity, we are called to act, to do something, and often we are called to act when those around us cannot. As Catholics, we are compelled forward by our Lord's words in the Gospel of St. Matthew. Whatever you did for one of the least brothers of mine, you did for me. We are a community of brothers who see all those who suffer and all those who are in need as our brothers. And this is why we are much more than a volunteer service organization. Jesus Christ offers us not only a new understanding of charity, he offers us also a new understanding of unity and of brotherhood. In March, we launched our new initiative, Leave No Neighbor Behind. It calls on all Knights to support our brothers, to support our parishes, and to support our communities, to feed the hungry, and to participate in blood drives. I ask you to please continue to make Leave No Neighbor Behind a top priority. Each council should contact every one of their brother Knights. As we know, some of our brother Knights are particularly vulnerable to the coronavirus. Do they need a helping hand? During this time, no brother Knight should feel left behind. This too should be a top priority. As I mentioned at the beginning of these remarks, we are now seeing levels of unemployment unprecedented since the Great Depression. 90 years ago, thousands of brother Knights left the order as a result of the hardships of unemployment or the failure of their business. That need not be the case now. No brother Knight should be forced to choose between providing necessities for his family and paying his membership dues. As you know, we have suspended Supreme per capita for the second half of this fraternal year. And I am pleased to announce today that Supreme per capita assessments will continue to be suspended for the entirety of the new fraternal year. During the new fraternal year, the Supreme Council will no longer make per capita assessments of local councils. No local council will be suspended by Supreme for failure to make per capita, CIS, or Culture of Life payments. Now, I would encourage councils to voluntarily submit their Culture of Life payments to support our pro-life work, especially our ultrasound initiative. But I repeat, no council will be suspended. At the start of Holy Week, we launched a multi-million-dollar campaign to support food banks in the United States and Canada. We're providing urgent support to the neediest among us, and our local councils and brother Knights have become the champions of this effort. Here are several examples of their extraordinary work. 14 councils came together to support a pop-up food pantry at St. Michael Church in Sunset Park to distribute 1,500 meals in one of New York's hardest hit areas. In Fort Wayne, Indiana, Council 451 worked with their parish to organize a blood drive that obtained 71 units of blood, the maximum number of donations the Red Cross could process at that site. In Damascus, Maryland, Council 11-105, in conjunction with their pastor, contacted more than 1,200 parish families to offer special help during the pandemic. Council 8157 in Duncanville, Texas, provided meals throughout April for healthcare workers at a local area hospital. Council 5743 and Council 6318 partnered to raise $10,000 in food and $12,000 in cash. And in Hawaii, Brother Knights from Councils 5000, 6906, and 16741 came together in the Diocese of Honolulu to provide 2-week food packages for 5,000 people. The organizer of the distribution, Dallas Carter, described it as an example of the native Hawaiian saying that no task is too big when done together by all. I think Father McGivney would agree. This important work must continue in the days ahead. In 2018, according to our annual fraternal survey, our Brother Knights gave more than $185 million to charity and volunteered more than 76 million hours. Now I am pleased to report that according to our 2019 fraternal survey, our Brother Knights gave more than $187 million to charity and volunteered more than 77 million hours of service. These efforts keep faith with our long history of helping the suffering and the marginalized. This fraternal year, the Knights of Columbus reached 2 million members. This is an historic milestone. The day I was elected your Supreme Knight, I said we have a moral obligation to offer the benefits of membership in the Knights of Columbus to every eligible Catholic man. Father McGivney's gift to us of this wonderful organization was never intended as a gift for only a few. It was always meant to be shared. The more men who join, the more lives we will transform and communities we will serve. The more men we have, the more we will do for our parishes, and the more Catholic families we will strengthen. As we move forward into the new fraternal year, our goal must be the same as years past, to grow the Knights of Columbus in members, in councils, and in charity. At the state and local level, I ask you to make an allowance this year for Brother Knights in financial hardship. Please waive council dues and state per capita for them should they or their wife become unemployed. We are committed to leave no neighbor behind during this pandemic. So let's also be committed to leave no Brother Knight behind because of the hardship of unemployment. Father McGivney saw the Knights of Columbus as a community of brothers who were concerned for one another and would be there to offer a helping hand. We most often think about this mission in terms of our insurance program, and every day we fulfill Father McGivney's dream by offering Catholic families financial protection they can depend upon through Knights of Columbus Insurance. But you and I know our mission is broader than that. Our concern and care for our brother Knights should be reflected in all we do. And just as our approach to charity is very different from an ordinary volunteer service organization, our commitment to insurance by Brother Knights for Brother Knights results in a big difference in our insurance program. You can be proud that the business aspects of the Knights of Columbus have consistently been rated superior, and you can be very proud of this. On April 6th, Standard & Poor's released its review of North American life insurance companies, ranking them from strongest to weakest based on their financial strength as to how they are positioned to handle the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Out of hundreds of companies in North America, only 6 were placed in the top category, and the Knights of Columbus is one of those 6. We continue to have more than $100 billion of insurance in force, protecting the financial future of our families. This is an awesome responsibility, and it is guided by our commitment to insurance by Brother Knights for Brother Knights. This means that our goal is not corporate profit. Our goal is to do what is best for our Brother Knights and their families. We should remember that in Father McGivney's day, there were already insurance companies in Connecticut. He could have referred his parishioners to these companies. But Father McGivney didn't want business as usual. He wanted something different, and he wanted something distinctly Catholic. Today, our ethics of fraternity is one of our great advantages. We successfully compete, not in spite of, but because of our commitment to Catholic principles. As leaders of your jurisdiction, remember that your general and your field agents can be your best partners in working to grow the Knights of Columbus. Our insurance program and our charitable work arise from the same source. Our responsibility to be responsible stewards of our financial resources as we provide for our families and help those in need. The Lord has called us in these days to be his witnesses in our homes and in our parishes. That is why several years ago we launched our Building the Domestic Church program. This is why we started more recently our Faith in Action initiative. These programs should be a central part of the activities of every council, and so should our new video series on men's spirituality entitled Into the Breach. During this pandemic, when Catholics are spending more time at home, our programs to build up the church of the home are especially important. Every council should promote these programs, and I ask you to work closely with your state chaplain to promote them throughout your jurisdiction. As I conclude these remarks, I want to thank all of you for conducting a successful virtual state convention. A year ago, no one could have anticipated what we would experience these past months, and no one knows what we can expect in the future. In the weeks ahead, as we continue the work of reopening our communities, we will begin a return to normal, or I should say, a return to a new normal. And as we do this, we must be prudent and careful. We must be prepared for new challenges, and we must be determined to meet them together. My brother Knights, the Knights of Columbus is needed today more than ever, not only to overcome the coronavirus pandemic, but to protect and strengthen our church and to ensure a future of faith for our children and our grandchildren. My hope is that amidst all these challenges, we grow closer to one another and that each of us will live more profoundly our principles of charity, unity, and fraternity, and that because of our efforts, the Knights of Columbus will emerge from these circumstances stronger and more vigorous than ever. May the Venerable Father McGivney and Our Lady of Guadalupe pray for us all. Vivat Jesus.
Thank you, worthy Supreme Knight. At this time, I would like to call on our Director of Membership Growth, Brother Bob Ennis, for his message. Brother Bob.
Brother Bob, sorry to interrupt you here momentarily. Brother Bob, would you please unmute your microphone, please?
Good. Thank you, Dominic.
Thank you.
Can you guys hear me now? Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, yes, please go ahead. Please proceed.
Thank you. Sorry about that, guys. As you'll learn, I'm a little bit technologically challenged. Thank you to Dominic for helping me through that. You didn't miss much. What I was just saying was it's a pleasure to be with you virtually this morning. I wish I could be with you in person as I was last July at this time on what I recall to be a day pretty similar to today, a steamy Saturday morning in July. But nonetheless, as our Supreme Knight indicated, the unprecedented circumstances that we find ourselves in compel us to be together virtually. So we'll make the best of this situation. And certainly I know Worthy State Deputy David and his team have put together a meeting which will help you to start the year off strong and to continue the strong record of success that the Ontario State Council has established over the last several years. And it's my pleasure to play a small role in that. So thank you, Worthy State Deputy. And to follow up on a couple of the things that David had mentioned in his introductory remarks, congratulations are certainly in order to the Ontario team for being a repeat winner of the Supreme Knights Circle of Honor. It's not easy to make the Circle of Honor. It's not easy at all to repeat in the Circle of Honor. But David and his team did that in outstanding fashion. And really, guys, I think there are three reasons that Ontario was able to qualify for the Circle of Honor this year. First and foremost, clearly, David put together an outstanding team. I saw that when I was with you last July. I was very optimistic for Ontario based on the guys that I met and the spirit of teamwork and camaraderie that I saw. And you proved my hopes to be well placed. You worked together as a team. Everybody did their role. Everybody did their part to make sure that Ontario succeeded. It clearly was a team effort. David and State Membership Director, Joe Matthews, clearly were the leaders of that team. But it was also very clearly a team effort to get Ontario into the Circle of Honor. So congratulations, particularly to David and to Joe, but also to the entire team. Well done, guys. The second reason I think that Ontario made it was because you got off to a fast start. You were in a good position all year to make the move at the end to qualify for Circle of Honor. And really, as the world changed in March, had you not done all the work that you had done in July, August, September, etc., to put yourself in a good position, you probably would have been in the position where many others were, that they were just too far behind to be able to make any kind of a push for Circle of Honor in the fourth quarter. So congratulations again to all of you on getting off to a fast start this year. And I think there's a lesson to be learned there for all of us of the criticality of a fast start. So despite the difficult situations that we find ourselves in, I think a fast start is available to us, particularly in Canada and in Ontario, where it looks like things are maybe starting to open up to a degree that they're not yet opening up in the United States. I know my 16-year-old daughter is a big hockey fan. May not thrill all of you to know that she's a New York Islanders fan, but at least I'm raising her somewhat right as a hockey fan. And she's really excited for the August 1st restart of the NHL season. And I note that Toronto and Edmonton will be the two primary sites where games will be played. So that indicates that things are opening up a little bit. So I think you've maybe got an opportunity where some of your U.S. counterparts do not just yet. So take advantage of that. The third thing is that you adapted to the world as it was in March through June. You figured out how to do it. You worked as a team. You worked with your agency team. You figured out how to prospect while social distancing. You figured out how to drive men to join online, how to drive men to participate in virtual exemplifications, including, I should congratulate you, your own virtual exemplifications. That's a big part of my push for the coming fraternal years, to encourage states to conduct their own virtual exemplifications. I think it's a much better onboarding experience for our new members, and I'm very pleased to see that Ontario, as with most things, was ahead of the curve in developing your own virtual exemplifications. So those, to me, are the three critical things that you did last year. Good team in place that worked as a team, got off to a fast start, and adapted to situations as they presented themselves, and didn't try to live in the world as it was, but rather adapted to the world as it is. And you're to be commended for all of those things. So thank you for that. You'll note that the first point I made was that David put together an outstanding team, and he absolutely did. That's indisputable. But as all good teams must, there were some changes that were necessary to make sure that it stayed a strong team. And I give David and his leadership group credit for making the changes that were made, getting some new people in new positions to make sure that Ontario was best positioned to succeed this year and going forward. So for those of you who are new to your roles, whether it's a new district deputy, whether it's a new MIO, whether it's new Grand Knights, whatever the case may be, you guys are really the key to helping Ontario and the order as a whole to succeed in the coming fraternal year. The district deputy role especially is especially key. A lot of times what we find is that our messaging gets to the state level pretty effectively, gets from the state level to the district level pretty effectively. But when we talk to Grand Knights and financial secretaries, in too many cases, they're not aware of new initiatives or new areas of focus. Not in Ontario so much, thanks be to God, because we have an outstanding team of district deputies. But I say this to point out the criticality of the role of district deputy in making sure that your councils understand what success looks like, understand what their award structure looks like, and you know that it's different this year. We've modified and reduced a little bit council membership goals. We've completely changed how councils qualify for the insurance for the Founders Award. It's now completely working with your agents to conduct fraternal benefit nights, no more insurance quota, which I hope councils will find to be a good thing. And there's also some modified requirements for the Columbian Award in putting faith in action and leave no neighbor behind into practice. So all that is by way of emphasizing the role of the district deputy in making sure that councils are aware of these things, understand how to achieve them, are motivated to achieve them, have a view of what's possible, get the training, the support, the motivation that they need to drive them to that success. I don't want to say, and it would be inaccurate to say that that's all in the hands of a district deputy, but it's largely in the hands of a district deputy. You guys play an absolutely key role in helping the councils to succeed. And at the end of the day, guys, without successful councils, we can't possibly hope to have a successful order. So you are very much a key. Your state deputy smartly understands that you're very much a key, so he's worked hard to identify, cultivate, and make sure that he has all of the right guys in the right places to drive the growth that we need in Ontario. Because Ontario is really a key, not only for Canada. Clearly, it's beyond dispute that in Canada, as Quebec and Ontario go, so goes Canada. You know, 2/3 of Canadian membership is headquartered in Quebec and Ontario. So clearly the work that you do drives much of what happens in Canada. But not only just in Canada, but throughout North America, there are 13 jurisdictions that we have identified as what we call our Division 1 jurisdictions, the 13 largest jurisdictions that drive probably close to 40% of the order-wide intake, or at least the North American intake. Ontario is one of those, along with places like Quebec and New York and California and Texas, the big boys. You're definitely one of the big boys. And to recognize that fact and to make sure that we are hearing indirectly, at least from you, we've got a Division 1 advisory board that Mark McMullen and the Deputy Supreme Knight and I meet with every month. David is part of that, and David has been a very valuable contributor to that committee in the past year, and I know he will be this year as well, to bring to us directly in those conference calls every month the issues that you're facing in Ontario, and more importantly than that, suggestions for what we can do to help you to address some of those challenges that you're facing. So thank you to David for that, and thank you all for continuing to make David aware of some of those challenges so that he can bring them to us. And you have an entire team in place, I want you to know, to help you to meet those challenges. It's not just David and the state officers. It's not just your MIOs. We have a field team in place to to help you do that. It's led by your Regional Growth Director, Paul Perry, who I know is in contact with David, if not every day, at least several times a week, to talk about what's happening in Ontario and to set tactics and strategies to make sure that we're doing the things that we need to be doing to support you as you work to support your councils to drive the success of the province. So Paul's doing an outstanding job. He was gracious enough to cede his time here today to me so that I could be with you. So I'm appreciative to Paul for that. He's working Newfoundland and Nova Scotia today, while I got the privilege of being with you. So I appreciate that privilege. And I appreciate all the work that Paul does. And he's supported very ably by one of your own, by Wayne Fink, a former district deputy in Ontario, who will be working with all of the English-speaking MIOs and district deputies and councils in Ontario to make sure that you have the training and the support that you need. And it's my pleasure this morning to virtually introduce you to one of the newest members of our candidate team, Francis McKen, a former successful district deputy in the province of Quebec, who Paul has asked to work with the French-speaking district deputies and councils in Quebec to make sure that you have the training and the support and the materials that you need to succeed. So, in summary, district deputies, you are the key. We rely on you heavily. Your state team relies on you heavily, and I know that we can count on you to deliver. It is a commitment, to be sure, but it's a great opportunity as well to see councils succeed, to see Grand Knights achieve their goals, to see Grand Knights and council officers get excited about leadership in the Knights of Columbus so that they can replace you one day as district deputy so that you can either sit back and relax or pursue more higher leadership positions in the order if that's your goal. So thank you for all that you do. Know that you have support available to you from your state deputy, from your state membership director and your entire state team, from me, from Paul, from Wayne and Francis to help you succeed. You're not out there alone. You have a team behind you, and that's the essence of my message today, is that we succeed together. We will succeed. Thank you for all that you do. Following up on the very well-placed comments and well-timed comments of our worthy state chaplain, I do need to express to you, and it's my pleasure to express to you, my gratitude for all that you do. We at Supreme do understand and always remind ourselves that you are volunteers. You do this because you love the Knights of Columbus, and I promise you that what you do is recognized and it's very much appreciated. So, worthy State Deputy, again, thank you for the opportunity to be with you this morning virtually, and I look forward to listening to the rest of the meeting. I know it's going to set you up for a great, successful year. So, worthy State Deputy, thank you.
Thank you, Brother Bob. We certainly appreciate all the help extended to us over the year. We were successful. The province was successful because of all your help and guidance. So thank you. At this time, I'd like to call on our Supreme Director, Brother Arthur Peters, for his message. Brother Arthur.
Thank you, worthy State Deputy. And just that check, can you hear me? Is the audio, can you hear me, Brother David?
Yes, we can hear you. Brother Arthur, yes, you can.
Okay, good.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, worthy State Deputy, and thank you for allowing me to say a few words this morning. Thank you, as always, to all of our district deputies for all that you're doing for the Knights of Columbus. You just heard Brother Bob say, and I want to echo, that your role is very critical in helping to bring the message of the Knights of Columbus to the local councils to encourage them to do the work that they're doing. So you play a pivotal role in the organization of the Knights of Columbus, and we look forward to working with you this year. As has been mentioned, Ontario once again this year reached the Circle of Honor. And again, that is not a small achievement. Only the fourth time in the past 20 years that this has happened, the third time in the last 4 years. So congratulations to our worthy State Deputy and the team for that. But while we've reached the top, we can't rest. We have to continue to work to bring new members into the Knights of Columbus and to do the work that we're doing to continue our role as a leadership jurisdiction in the order. The Supreme Knight mentioned that membership is not a casual commitment, and right now more than ever, We need the Knights of Columbus to be out in our communities, helping our parishes, supporting people in the community, and supporting our brother Knights. Our new Leave No Neighbor Behind program is exactly this, helping to bring the Knights of Columbus into our communities. And as has been said, now is the time for the Knights of Columbus. We need to be supporting our parishes at this time. We need to be helping our clergy and helping our parishes as churches reopen. As many of you know, I work in the Archdiocese of Toronto, and it's kind of distressing to hear that in some cases, churches haven't been able to open because they don't have enough volunteers in place. We have councils all across Ontario. We should be reaching out to our parishes and helping to bring parish life back into our churches on the through the masses and through the sacraments on the weekends and during the week as well. We need to help our families in need in the community, and many of our councils are doing that. You heard the Supreme Knight mention some of the ways that that is taking place, and we need to continue to support that and reach out and be part of our community at this time. And as was mentioned also, helping our own brother Knights. And I think it was mentioned by our Supreme Knight, we should ask our councils to look at forgiving dues in these times for people who have lost their jobs or are unable to pay their membership dues. It's more important that we have members of the Knights of Columbus, especially one day, to be taking over from the roles that we are now doing and not turning them away. So if there are situations where a member cannot pay their dues because they've lost their job, I ask you to encourage your councils to support that brother Knight and this year be forgiving of their dues so that we can keep them as members of the Knights of Columbus. Supreme at this time has stepped up in many ways, and as many of you have heard, have contributed to food banks across Canada, as well as to the St. Vincent de Paul. So we thank our Supreme Knight and the Supreme Council for that initiative. And many councils, of course, and our state board are also helping to do that in many different ways through contributions of money, through contributions of food, and through contributions of our time. So at this time, more than ever, the Knights of Columbus are needed in our communities, and we need to do all that we can to encourage people to join the Knights, to help us to do what we're doing, to bring the good work that we do out into the greater world. And now, of course, as was mentioned, with the online support that we have, members can join candidates can join the Knights of Columbus through virtual exemplifications. So there's no reason that we can't bring people in and invite people to join our order at this time. I think the last thing I just want to mention is, and I've received a few calls and emails on this, some people are asking about the recent situations that we've been seeing, particularly in the United States, with statues, including that of Christopher Columbus being taken down. And I was on a call with Supreme yesterday, and they're going to be announcing or making a statement on this in the near future. So I just asked that we wait for that, because I am getting some requests from people in Ontario wanting to know what our response is to that, and we will have something very shortly on that. So thank you to our district deputies and to our state team again for all that you're doing for the Knights of Columbus. This is going to be a very exciting year for Ontario, and I'm looking forward to working with all of you. And if there's anything I can do to help along the way, please don't be afraid to ask. And I look forward to continuing our great meeting that we're having today. Thank you, worthy State Deputy.
Thank you, Brother Arthur. Thank you for those words. At this time, worthy district deputies, you, my brothers, are the leaders of our great order, and I encourage you to lead by example. You, my brothers, are extensions of the Supreme Knight and your state deputy. The title you bear is District Deputy, Supreme Knight. Right? The councils under your jurisdiction will look at you as their mentor, guide, and friend. Do encourage your councils when their determination might be flagging. Guide them when they are perplexed. Give them hope. Always remember that this is a fraternal order. Obviously, there will be steps up in the chain of command, but although you might be a higher ranking officer, you are not the boss. You're not their boss. You must always humbly serve, guide, and enable councils to perform their mandate and attain their goals. The one we serve is much greater than our earthly wants and needs. Perhaps there will be times when you might find the directives provided to you by state and supreme to be challenging and frustrating. I ask that you always maintain a positive attitude and look at that big picture. Consider the good of the order and maintain an air of positivity throughout your chain of communications. Let us bridge any gaps, keep the order alive and thriving, thereby maintaining the vision of our founder, Father Michael J. McGivney. Today, we will attempt to keep all the presentations to a minimum as possible. Many of them will be making presentations, so I'm not going to make many statements, as I'm sure they will be done by many of our directors or by our Supreme presentations as well. I request that you pay full attention to the training sessions. We will post the training and information details on the College of Knowledge section on the Knights of Columbus website for your future reference. I will address you once again later in the proceedings in order to give you an idea of our expectations for the coming fraternal year and to answer any questions which you might have. Normally, we would be meeting at the Sheraton Hotel in Toronto, and I am sorry that we are not able to meet in person. Today's training is for the first half of this upcoming year. Please God, we will be in a position to hold a real live in-person midterm district deputies meeting during the autumn. Perhaps by then this COVID-19 danger would have lifted to the extent that we can have something other than a virtual meeting. My brothers, at this time, I would like to present to you our Senior Vice President for Membership and Marketing, Brother Mark McMullen.
Hello, brothers. My name is Mark McMullen, Senior Vice President of Membership and Marketing in the Fraternal Mission Department. I am delighted to participate in your District Deputy organizational meeting today and present a presentation on membership growth. My objective today, brothers, is to give you the tools and resources that you need to lead your districts to a successful year. My discussion will focus on three major areas. First, I will give you a quick membership update regarding how the order is doing year to date. And next, I'll focus on what keys to success should be in your specific districts in order to have a wonderful year and achieve goals that have been outlined. And then lastly, and equally important, what are some strategies that you could implement for getting off to a fast start in your respective district? First, let me start with a brief membership update. Through the end of February, right before the pandemic hit, we were doing pretty well as an order overall. The U.S. was pretty much on par with last year in terms of intake, and as you can see from these numbers here, Canada, Mexico, and the Philippines and the order were positive. Then we know what happened. The pandemic hit, brothers, and with that, we saw our numbers starting to decline, which has pretty much been the case all the way through the end of May and into June. But the good news is that we have made a lot of progress thanks to you and the job you've been doing in promoting our online exemplifications that we have been having at Supreme. We are doing these, as you know, twice a week in English and Spanish. We've been doing that now for a number of weeks. And we, to date, have had over 3,500 new members that have joined the Knights through these exemplifications. We are continuing to promote these aggressively. We likely will continue these beyond June 30th. And several states have, on their own, started their own district and regional exemplification teams. And we highly encourage all of you to do that within your jurisdictions. We talked to the state deputies about that during the state deputy meeting last week. So states and districts that would like to form your own teams, it's a relatively easy thing to do and does not take very long to ramp up. Now, brothers, let me dive into the section that I'm going to spend most of my time on today and the time that I'm going to be with you, and that is talking about keys to success. The first key to success, brothers, starts with building a strong team at the council level. You all know as district deputies how critical it is to have a strong team, and particularly to have the right people in the right positions. Brothers, please encourage your Grand Knights to put those teams in place as quickly as they can before July 1 or soon thereafter. And again, not to put their friends in positions that they are not capable of performing at a high level. That's a mistake that we've seen made that will only hurt a specific council. So again, make sure, particularly for key positions like membership director and program director, that the right people are being put in the right positions by the Grand Knights. Also, brothers, as a district deputy, it's key for you to communicate at a high level. We have tried to do that at Supreme, particularly in this time of pandemic, with pushing out a lot of communications in email form and via Nightline to leadership at all levels in the order. I would highly encourage you to do that as well on a consistent basis, and particularly focus on sharing best practices. What are some councils doing in the areas like membership and programs that you can share with other councils that might not be doing as well as some other councils? Please make that a priority. Another key to success is to encourage every council to develop their own business plan, their own playbook, their own strategic plan on how they're going to accomplish their goals for the year, and put that plan in writing and assess progress against that plan on a regular basis. We know that councils, much like states, that put together a written plan and hold themselves accountable to achieving the metrics that are outlined in that plan tend to be the most successful. Another key to success is to really get everyone at the council level to understand the whys. Why is membership growth so important? Is it because Supreme wants the numbers, or is it for another reason? And why is it important for everyone to recruit? Now, let me dive into the whys in a little bit of detail. When you think about why men should join the Knights of Columbus, we've got to show them what's in it for them. You know, they're going to join an organization that can do a number of things. We could be the organization that fills the void for men during the difficult times faced by the church in the last few years, and also be a catalyst for bringing men back to the church. That could be a key message strategy to use in recruiting. Another key message strategy, brothers, is that local communities need help now more than ever. And this is particularly magnified by the pandemic and addressed by all the various programs that we have going on now order-wide in the area of Faith in Action and Leave No Neighbor Behind. Our Leave No Neighbor Behind programs have been adopted on a broad basis by many councils order-wide, and they are making a difference. We all know that the church at this time needs help more than ever. And the Supreme Knight has always said, if not the Knights, then who? What is the work that's going to be required in opening back up masses to the public? Pastors are going to need help to do that. Another really good reason to join the Knights, to have more men to provide that very necessary work on a local parish basis. Another key reason to join the Knights is offering men the opportunity for fraternity and spiritual support that can help strengthen their family relationships and their local communities and build back support for our church, our bishops, and our priests. And I think one of the strongest whys is this: being a member of the Knights of Columbus can help all of us be better men, better Catholics, better fathers, and better husbands. I have always encouraged everyone, when they're recruiting potential Knights, to tell their own personal story. Talk about why you joined the order. Why did you become a Knight? And what has membership in the Knights of Columbus meant for you? And how has it changed you? That's a very, very powerful witness and a very, very powerful story to share one-on-one with potential men that you are trying to recruit. In order for somebody to consider joining any organization, they have got to understand what's in it for me. And what's in it for me really relates directly to how can I benefit from my membership in the Knights of Columbus. That's the story that we need to tell. When I was State Deputy of Georgia, and I was given the opportunity to speak at pulpit announcements at various different events that were recruiting events, that membership in the Knights of Columbus gives you the opportunity to help people, to change lives, and to save lives, and to support our church bishops and priests at a time they need our support more than ever. And I would always conclude with this question: does this sound like an organization that you would like to be part of? Brothers, now that we've addressed the whys, let's go back to the keys to success list. The next point that I made here is really important in my mind, because we all have this issue, is the opportunity to get all councils recruiting active. We all know that we've got councils in our jurisdictions, in your districts, that don't recruit men, or that recruit a very few number of men. The key is to really understand why and how you can help them build the confidence, build the right approach in order to make recruiting a team effort and allow them to have success at it. If they can do that, it will keep the momentum going. And the council that has not been recruiting anybody for a while now will have the confidence to continue to recruit at a good level. Another area, brothers, that I think is key to your role as district deputies is to really overcome council leadership that is resistant to change. We all know those Grand Knights are out there that have the attitude that this is the way we do things at my council. And, you know, I really don't need to do anything differently or anything new. And I would say this to them. I would say, how well is that working for you? Are you being successful? Are you growing? Are you bringing new men in? Or if you did some things differently, adopting new programs, a different membership recruitment strategy, you might meet with more success. The next point, brothers, is the importance of holding all leaders accountable. Just as you as a district deputy are accountable to your state deputy, just as the state deputies are accountable to Supreme, the Grand Knights and the councils that you oversee need to be accountable to you. And the leaders, the directors, the key directors, such as particularly membership programs, they need to be accountable to the Grand Knights. We are all busy, and it's easy to be overwhelmed when we think about all the different things that we have to do. Meetings we have to attend, reports we have to prepare. But I want you to think about this, brothers. Your job is one of the most important in the order as a district deputy. And your number one job is to inspire and motivate your teams to be successful. You know all too well, as a district deputy, that training has got to be a priority. And the key here is to understand and know your councils well enough to know where they need the training. Do the officers need training on their roles and responsibilities? Do councils need training in membership growth, in membership retention, in programs? The key here, brothers, as district deputies, is to really know your councils well enough to know what training they need, and then to provide that training to them, either through the resources that you have in your state or through our regional training directors. We have a number of tools and resources out there available to use in recruitment and retention. Some are listed here, like our Into the Breach videos, the 12 video series that are absolutely wonderful in terms of talking about authentic masculinity and how men can grow in their faith. Our Everyday Heroes videos, which clearly demonstrate knights in action, men putting their faith in action to help people in their local communities. And our most recent program initiative, Leave No Neighbor Behind, and all the different elements of those programs that help people in our local community, help our parishes, and boost up our faith. Another key to success, brothers, is to continue to target younger men and Hispanic and ethnic groups in your district. Take a look at the demographics in your district. Determine what opportunities there might be to target younger men, to target Hispanic and ethnic groups, and then work with your councils to develop strategies to do just that in partnership with us. And we will help you every step of the way. Working a strong member retention process is another very important key to success. I'm sure you'll all agree with that, brothers, because it does no good to recruit a man if we can't keep them. So important here is to really ensure that all of your councils have a retention director And that retention director is making sure that every brother in that council is getting out of his membership what he looks to get out of his membership in the Knights. We need to give them every opportunity to do that in order to keep them. It is also critically important for the success of a council to build strong relationships with their pastors and to really meet with the pastor on a regular basis. The Grand Knight should definitely make that a priority and make sure the pastors know who the Knights are today. Ensure that they know about our Faith in Action programs, our Leave No Neighbor Behind programs, and all of the initiatives that we are embarking on at Supreme. And encourage them to support the Knights of Columbus and help you in the recruiting effort at the council level. And equally important, to ask the pastor how the Knights of that local council can best serve that pastor's needs. By doing that, that will make the pastor much more receptive to supporting the Knights. Equally important to our success is to promote online membership on a consistent basis and make sure the councils are comfortable and know how to use the prospect landing page tool to engage and sign up prospects at council events. Every council should have an online membership person that works directly with the membership director or the membership team at that council. And as I noted a few minutes ago, brothers, our Faith in Action and our Leave No Neighbor Behind programs are absolutely wonderful programs that can bring men into the order. We all know that programs drive membership, and there are no better programs to promote, to encourage men to join the order at this time than these programs. And last but not least, in terms of keys to success, is to encourage every Grand Knight and every council to build a very strong partnership with their general agents and field agents. The field agents particularly are committed to helping councils grow. Lastly, brothers, I'd like to spend just a couple of minutes talking about some strategies to help your councils get off to a fast start. First, make sure that all of your councils have all of their officers and directors in place at the start of the fraternal year or shortly thereafter, and make sure they know what their job responsibilities are, get them trained, get them the training they need, and hold them accountable. Another important thing is to make sure the councils don't give up the summer and wait till September to get going. Just like churches hold masses during the summer, they don't take the summer off. Councils shouldn't take the summer off either, because by doing so, it would put them farther behind in trying to meet the goals that they have set out for themselves for the year. I would also ask that you encourage all of your Grand Knights to appoint a communications director for their council, whose job should be to maximize visibility on a local basis in their communities and in their parish of all the good works that the Knights are doing locally, because that certainly will be a key to encouraging new men to join. Also, brothers, Supreme and your local jurisdictions are going to be working together to develop incentives to promote membership recruitment for the upcoming year. I would ask that you make it a priority to make sure that all of your councils are aware of all of these incentives and work to achieve them. In closing, brothers, let me focus on a couple of things. As I said earlier, your position as a district deputy is one of the most important in the order. You are the leader of your councils. As the leader of your district, focus on keeping communication at a high level and sharing best practices regularly. Remember that as the leader of your district, your most important job is to inspire and motivate your council leadership teams to achieve their goals. And in doing so, I would ask that you hold yourself and your council leaderships accountable for that goal achievement. As a district deputy, it's your responsibility to assess your council's progress versus their goals regularly and to suggest adjustments as necessary. And finally, brothers, let me close with a thank you. Your job is critical to the growth of the order, and you had the opportunity this year through your leadership to do something special. What do you want your legacy to be? I ask you to make it a priority to lead all of your councils to success and to help make 2020, 2021 the best year in each of your councils so that they can say this is the best year we have ever had. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for stepping up. Know that you have our support every step of the way, and Viva Jesu.
Thank you, Brother Mark. And now at this time, brothers, I would like to transition over to our worthy membership director, Brother Joe Matthews. Brother Joe, over to you, please.
Thank you, Brother Dom. Good morning, brothers. Today, my presentation will cover a number of areas, including membership recruitment, online membership, online exemplifications, new council development, parish roundtables, and college councils. This presentation and its supporting documentation can be found on the Ontario State website under College of Knowledge section. The first topic I would like to focus on is membership recruitment. There are a number of recruitment strategies that can be used, such as one-on-one, church drives and open houses, fraternal benefit nights, online membership, and former members. Due to the current conditions, some of the strategies that you can choose from will best be implemented depending on the conditions in the area of the province as it relates to the COVID-19 pandemic. Since government and public health will be opening some areas of the province higher stages earlier than others, thus allowing consuls in those areas that are open more options as how they can go upon recruiting new members during the fraternal year. Over the past few months, the most successful forms of recruitment has been online membership, online exemplifications, and more recently, online fraternal benefit nights. With regards to approaching former members to see if they may wish to consider coming back to the Knights of Columbus is an often overlooked approach to recruitment, as their situations may have changed since they left and may now be interested in rejoining the Knights. The steps to take are basically the following. First, obtain a former members list for your council. Next, have a welcome back brother committee contact the former members by phone. If the former member is interested in coming back, he can renew his membership either by using a Form 100 or through online membership. As a proposer for a new member, you will also serve as a mentor. When life gets back to normal, you'll be able to follow up with a new member and invite him to the council's meetings. Make him feel welcome, introduce him to other council members, and get him involved in the council. Also encourage him to achieve the Shining Armor Award. The pamphlet, The Duties of a Proposer, number 4636, can provide you with more detailed information on this. We have a number of incentives again this year for members, councils, district deputies, and membership information officers. We currently have a flash incentive, which ends tomorrow, offering a $30 gift certificate and an Our Lady of Guadalupe pen for each new online member. Coming up soon, our next incentive will be in support of our national shrine, the Martyrs Shrine in Midland, whereby state will donate $10 to the shrine on behalf of each new online member, plus a special edition Martyrs Shrine pin. A full list of all of this year's incentives will be sent out through the MIOs next week. The Ontario Circle of Honor is awarded to councils, districts, and territories that have met their membership goals for the fraternal year as set by Supreme and state. Last year, we had 121 councils, 21 districts, and 2 territories achieve the Ontario Circle of Honor. When looking for more detailed information about membership recruitment and other areas relating to membership, there are a number of sources of information available, such as the state membership team, membership information officers, Supreme and state websites, our membership website at kfcmembership.com, our membership newsletter, our podcasts, and various printed materials such as pamphlets, brochures, and posters. We shall now continue with the next topic of discussion, which is online membership, with Brother Anthony Verisi serving as director. An online member is a member of a division of the Ontario State Council who is entitled to the benefits of the Knights of Columbus and is entitled to attend council and state meetings and events. He cannot vote at council meetings nor participate in the election of council officers. Online members can and are encouraged to convert to local council memberships, and dues adjustments will be made to the council, and to the council gets credit for each new member. Online members can indicate the council they wish to join when they sign up. Former members can also become online members. There are two lists on the officer's online page for the Grand Knight and the Financial Secretary. The unassigned list includes online members who've expressed interest in joining locally, but did not indicate a specific council number during the registration process. The assigned list will include online members who have expressed interest in joining locally and did include a specific council number during the registration process. Transferring online members should be vetted the same way as new members are vetted in the past. Online members must go through the exemplification ceremony before being transferred to a local council. You can transfer online members on the assigned list by using the Prospect tab, and the transfer to the council roster will be completed within a week and will be a +1 for the council. The Prospect tab consists of the following information: the council number, the assigned date, the name of the member, the membership number, the entry date, approval or degree date. The transfer button and reject button can also be found here. To transfer a member, simply enter the degree date and click on the transfer button. Please note that there is no need for a Form 100, but it is suggested to make a paper Form 100 for your records, because once you hit the transfer button, all the information for the member is no longer on the prospect list. And in case something goes wrong with the transfer and you need to follow up, you will have the necessary information on the paper Form 100. Online members' dues adjustment. Online members' dues are set at $30 for 1 year from the date of entry. Council accounts adjust the dues to the receiving council following a transfer. Dues adjustments must be applied to the member's ledger as a credit towards the member's next full assessment. Financial secretaries may request a check for a refund of the dues adjustment credits on their account by emailing council.accounts@kfc.org. Council credits are listed on your monthly council statement. We should now review the online exemplification of charity, unity, and fraternity for both new members and online members wishing to join a council. It is available in English, French, and Spanish. They have been hosted by Supreme, state, districts, and councils over the past few years. Councils need to approve the candidate. The vote can be done by Zoom, email, or other means. After approval, the council sends an invitation email to the candidate with the link to register. Once registered, an email is sent to the candidate with the link for the degree. Councils and state are notified of the new members who attended the degree. Councils need to process the new member to get them on the roster, either using the online Form 100, which is the candidate tab on the officer online for the Grand Knight or Financial Secretary, or a paper Form 100, where signatures are required. As was mentioned earlier, where it is difficult to get signatures due to social distancing, the process for online signatures are as follows. An email from the Financial Secretary with a copy of the completed Form 100 is sent to the Grand Knight, who then forwards it to the membership director, who then sends it to Supreme. Both the Financial Secretary and Grand Knight must include their name and council number on their email. For online Form 100s, make a paper copy of the Form 100 for your records in case something does go wrong. On-demand exemplifications are now available 24/7. First, register for the degree, and then a link to the exemplification will be sent to the candidate. New council development and parish roundtables portfolio is under the direction of State Director Brother Kingsley Leon. Our goal is a minimum of 9 new councils for this year. We ask you to please identify parishes that could support a new council, which requires a minimum of 20 members. Upon identifying a potential new council, ask the pastor if he would like a KFC council. If yes, you could follow the program of 7 weeks to a new council, which includes the following: organizational meetings, completing the intent to establish a new council form, promoting new council in the parish, hold membership drives and degrees, elect officers, set council meetings, determine a council name, and complete the application for charter. Councils that have multiple parishes should form a parish roundtable in each parish to ensure a Knights of Columbus presence is there. Complete the parish roundtable coordinator report to establish a roundtable, which is Form 2629. The members of the council from the parish are also a member of the parish's roundtable. The council should support each of its roundtables and complete the annual report on the Knights of Columbus Roundtable, Form 2630, to highlight what they have done for the roundtable and its parish. We shall now look at an area where we look forward to continued growth under the direction of our College Council Director, Mika Remedios. College councils are for students and the campus community. We have over 150 college councils in North America with over 5,000 members. Last year, Ontario added 2 new college councils. We ask you to please identify potential college councils and to meet with students upon establishing a council on campus. If there is an interest, we can assist you in establishing a new council at that college or university. To establish a college council, you need 20 members, after which you hold an election of officers, appoint a chaplain, and appoint a financial secretary, however, who cannot be a student. All our membership incentives do apply also to college councils. In closing, I would like to thank you for your time, and please feel free to contact us should you have any questions or require more information. God bless and stay safe. Viva Jesus.
Thank you, Brother Joe. Thank you, Brother Joe, for your insightful presentation. My brothers, at this time, before we take a brief break, I would like to just draw your attention to the screen, and your opinion is important to us, and we would like for you to please answer the following question that is presented to you on the screen. Please answer honestly, and this way it provides us with great feedback for future events. So we kindly ask that you submit your responses now. And while you're doing so, for those of you that have already submitted your response, we thank you. We will be taking a break at this time, a 10-minute bio break. For many of us, the coffees that we've consumed already up to this point are probably running through us if they have not already done so. During our break, however, we will be playing some sample videos from our new video series of Into the Breach. We encourage you to watch the videos. They are insightful and they are very professionally done. And we encourage you to either enjoy another coffee, perhaps with your family, and watch the videos quickly as we go through the break. If you have not already done so, please submit your response at this time. Thank you. We will be resuming exactly at 10:25. Last call for the poll at this time. Again, if you have not already done so, please submit your vote. For those of you that have, we thank you. We'll be shutting the poll down at this time. Thank you for your vote. So again, we will resume at 10:25. For those of you that wish to continue on with us, we will be showing a video momentarily. Thank you and God bless.
There is a serious man crisis. 1 in 3 Catholic men that have been baptized have left the faith. If you're a thinking person, you have asked yourself that question, why am I here? To know him, to love him, to serve him. Not only does God have a plan for your life, so does Satan.
I remember I went to confession one time and the priest just looked at me and he said, the devil wants to destroy your family, but he has to come through you to get him.
If I'm a man, I'm called to pass on the faith. If I'm a man, I'm called to live the faith. So I need to know my faith.
Every man needs to walk into that breach and begin to fight that battle, which means you've got to know the power of the Eucharist, the power of prayer.
My rosary beads are the key, and I look at life as spiritual warfare. They're beads for the battle.
A lot of guys are like, I'd be willing to die for that, but they're not willing to live for it. And guess what? If you're not willing to live for it, you probably won't have what it takes to die for it.
Talk isn't cheap. Talk is free. Talk is nothing. I care about you. I love you, right? But then if I'm taking care of myself first and everybody else second, it doesn't matter.
If you're not willing to fight for the truth, what will you fight for? And the answer is oftentimes nothing.
The need in the world is of men among men who can rise higher, who can see further, who can strive more nobly than others. They need not be many, they never were many, but though the few, they will rise and bring with them the whole of humanity.
Knights of Columbus for leaving no neighbor behind.
Today we are doing Operation Brown Bag, our local food kitchen. With the pandemic, they need more food. Their clientele has grown to a lot of people that lost their job. As Knights, we always look for the need in our community, in our church, how we can assist, and this is one way we did it.
After this week, we've done about 1,300 meals for the homeless over 4 weeks. It's been great to see how the guys can work together in unity, and we've had guys just step up left and right.
With the pandemic, everything just shut down, and you see things on the news, you see the need, and sometimes you don't think you can fill that need, but through charity, there's hope. You don't realize what the impact you have sometimes.
What you do in your own community spreads into the greater state at large. So I think everything has to start local. And we're proud in the state of Delaware to support Leave No Neighbor Behind.
Our culture attacks fatherhood by trying to make it irrelevant. And part of that is we've done that to ourselves as men. We've become workaholics. We've become addicted to ESPN, to pornography, to all kinds of things that take us away from time with our children. And the culture is built on that. And it just disrespects fatherhood by just saying it doesn't really matter if you're there or not.
men have lost the sense of mission when it comes to family, and so that's created a passivity. That passivity robs men of what their role is supposed to be.
As men, if we're living for ourselves, we will become passive. That's just built within our nature. Our nature is one of service. Our nature is one of challenge and continuing growth. A good father is the one that he can still enjoy the football game, but he does so in a way where he's somewhat detached because his main focus in life is his wife and his children. That is his vocation.
We have a lot of young people growing up with absent fathers or with no fathers. The church is starved for fatherhood. Answering that call really means stepping up to be an example of Christ's love in their own families, in their parish communities, and in the world.
You look at some of the most manly cultures that we admire. The Spartans, they prayed. The Romans, they prayed. The American Cherokee, they prayed. The samurai, they prayed. Like all of these warrior cultures, every single one of them prayed. Prayer, even outside of a Christian context, has always been part of what it means to be a man, because you're realizing that there's something higher than yourself and you're called to service of that thing.
Many men are discouraged from praying. They think that's for weaklings, and after all, they have cities to build and companies to build up and all kinds of things to do, right? The only place in the universe where you can have a personal encounter with the living God is in the human heart. And so we need to make prayer a priority. Men do.
The Catechism says prayer is simply the raising of our mind to God. And we're called to have a deep, intimate, personal relationship with God. I couldn't just show up on game day with no practice and hope to be a Hall of Famer. The same is true in our spiritual life. We need to be disciplined with our prayer life. We need to invest time every day in prayer.
Ultimately, prayer is, you are God and I am not, and I need you. I'm a sinner, I need a Savior. I'm weak, I don't know what to do, I get discouraged, Lord. I need what you are so ready to just pour into me.
My brother knights, the priest surely felt excitement as he set out on his journey. Sailing north up the great river with his companions and fellow explorers, he had traveled these parts and named the local falls after St. Anthony of Padua. Father Louis Hennepin was a true pioneer for the faith. The priests who followed him began to build a chapel. He named the church after St. Paul, and around that chapel sprung a mighty city. Father Lucien Gauthier was also a man on a mission, and only a few years later on the East Coast. Father Michael McGivney became a pioneer as well. His mission led him to the basement of St. Mary's Church. There, Father McGivney and a group of go-ahead Catholic men banded together to protect their families, improve themselves, and preserve the church. The order they forged has flourished ever since. And today it is my honor to stand before you, their fraternal descendants from across the nation and the world. I welcome you to this 137th Supreme Convention of the Knights of Columbus.
In August 2019, the Knights of Columbus held its annual Supreme Convention in Minneapolis, Minnesota, a twin city settled by missionary pioneers in the heart of America. It was a time for fraternity, inspiring liturgies, and a celebration of the unity and brotherhood that defines the Knights of Columbus.
I can assure you that no one comes to the Twin Cities for our mountains. As disciples of Christ, however, we need to be willing to accompany him to the mountain. I am so grateful for the Knights of Columbus and for the encouragement that you so consistently offer to one another to make the climb with Christ.
Archbishop Bernard Hebda celebrated the opening Mass with 75 bishops, including 6 cardinals, priests, deacons, and brother knights from across the United States. The Holy Father sent an official greeting, thanking the Knights for their timely and urgent witness.
For generations, young men have encountered in the Knights of Columbus examples of solid Catholic faith and commitment to the common good. It is the Holy Father's hope that every council will reach out and support the young in these aspirations.
The Knights received greetings from heads of state and welcomed an international audience in proceedings that were shared live around the world in multiple languages on 3 Catholic networks.
Back to our live continued coverage of the 137th
Columbus 137th Supreme Convention from Minneapolis.
In his annual State of the Order address, the Supreme Knight recounted the strong fraternal presence and communal works of the Knights of Unity.
It has been said that there is strength in numbers, and by that measure, the Knights of Columbus is mightier than ever. Today, our order unites 1,989,016 men. Men join the Knights because they are inspired by what they see and who they meet and what they can do. Men like John Marsili.
My name is John Marsili. I'm a Catholic, Marine Corps veteran, and a member of the Knights of Columbus. It was an easy segue from the Brotherhood of the Marine Corps to the Fraternity of the Knights. Joining the Knights was easy. You can go online, fill out a quick form, they send you an email, and you're a member. My faith to me is more than just going to church on Sunday, and the Knights of Columbus give me a way to put my faith into action and to serve my community and to serve my family.
And welcome back, brothers. Thank you for your attendance again, and thank you for your commentary and your submissions on the polls. At this time, we will begin with a presentation from Jonathan Reyes, who is our Senior Vice President of Evangelization and Faith Formation. Please give me a moment here where we will begin our video momentarily. And again, your attention is always appreciated.
Brothers, it's good to be with you. My name is Jonathan Reyes, and I have the privilege of serving as the Senior Vice President for Evangelization and Faith Formation. Thank you for taking the time to watch this presentation. The purpose of this presentation is to share with you some important information about the Evangelization and Faith Formation Division of Fraternal Mission. My goal is to tell you a bit about what we do as a division, offer some practical information that will be helpful as you exercise your leadership, and provide you with a few highlights from recent months that testify to your great work. Let me begin with a powerful line from the Supreme Knight. This comes from a talk he gave earlier in the year to a large gathering of men in Phoenix, Arizona. It was a big annual men's conference, and the local Knights were key to putting the event on, and many were there to hear him. At that gathering, the Supreme Knight said, "Today is a providential opportunity for each of us to decide what is our next step in achieving an ordered life in Christ. This is not a time for half measures. There are no part-time disciples. It is all or nothing." According to the Supreme Knight, the Church is facing a crisis. For example, many people are leaving the faith, and many in the rising generation of young people do not seem interested at all in the Church. The Church is also facing another round of painful scandals. The Supreme Knight went on to explain that this crisis is rooted in a failure of evangelization, a failure to bear witness to the faith in both word and action in a way that is convincing not only to the people we work with and go to church with, but to our own children. In light of this, the Supreme Knight has called the order to action. It is time, as our new video series puts it, to step into the breach. That is why the Supreme Knight formed a special division and fraternal mission to focus on strengthening our Catholic life. That's what formation is, and equipping us to present our faith effectively to the world in our words and in our actions. That's what evangelization is. This work of evangelization and formation starts in the home, in the family. In the exemplification of charity, unity, and fraternity, we read, "In a divided world where many find it difficult to truly encounter God, Knights of Columbus families live their faith, fulfill their mission, and evangelize the world." This is why the order has been so focused on what has been called the domestic church. That is, our life as Catholic families. As St. John Paul II explained, the phrase domestic church has been used to describe families since the beginning of Christianity. The mission of this domestic church is to live the faith in such a vibrant and powerful way that it has a ripple effect that changes the world. When a family, and by extension a council, prays together, goes to Mass weekly, frequents the sacraments of confession, and serves its neighbors generously, it witnesses to the wider truth of the gospel and the true meaning of our faith in a convincing way. By strengthening the faith life of our little churches, our homes, we are also strengthening our councils, parishes, and by extension, the broader community. It has often been noted that the reason so many families are suffering today is because of the loss of faith. This is true. But it is also the case that the reason so many have lost the faith today is because of the breakdown of the family. Belief in Jesus Christ and the strength of the family go hand in hand. Because of this, the Building the Domestic Church initiative serves as the foundation for the relatively new Faith in Action program model. This new model seeks to combine faith, growth in virtue, service, and evangelization. First, our programs. The Evangelization and Faith Formation Division is responsible for all the Faith in Action programs. These are the tools for living out our mission. Currently, there are 32 programs divided into 4 categories: faith, family, community, and life. In addition to our programs, our division also has responsibility for providing clear catechetical materials, prayer materials, and explanations of the faith to fellow members and to the wider community. We oversee the main tool for this, the Catholic Information Service. Let me conclude this brief overview by introducing or reintroducing the directors in our division. I want to make sure you can associate some names with this important work. The Senior Director of the division is Damien O'Connor. The Director of all Faith in Action programs is Sean Pott. The Director of Formation Strategy is Kyle Montgomery. The Director of Hispanic Experience is Luis Guevara. We are all at your service. Let me begin this slide with a brief personal note. It has to do with the powerful witness of the Knights of Columbus to the broader church. Before I came to work at the Supreme Office, I was serving as an executive at the National Bishops' Conference, the USCCB, in Washington, D.C. While working for the bishops, I was able to meet not only many bishops, but also countless priests and lay leaders from around the country and the world. I want to share 2 reflections from my encounters with them. First, many of them know of and respect the Knights. Some know a lot about what we do, but many have only a vague idea of the good work we do. But I can tell you this, when they come to know all that we are doing, they are impressed. I can't remember the number of times I've heard a comment like, "Really? The Knights do all that?" Brothers, our work is impressive, and we need to make it better known. My second observation is this. Supreme Knight is spot on. The Church needs the witness of the Knights more than ever. We're facing very serious challenges in the Church. We have a very special role to play in addressing them. I know it because I've had a front row seat to church affairs in the U.S. and the world. I'm personally honored to serve shoulder to shoulder with you brothers. I can't think of a more important work to do. At the heart of what the Church needs from us is a faithful, powerful, and courageous witness to the love of God and love of neighbor. This, of course, is not new to us. It's what we've been from the beginning, no matter the circumstances or challenges. Our Leave No Neighbor Behind initiative, which is doing so much for people right now in the midst of this crisis, is just a recent and very important national testimony to what we've been doing all along, living heroic charity. To people who don't know the Knights and want to know what we are about, this is my simple answer. It's the answer that Jesus gave to the first disciples. Come and see. If you want to know who we are, Come see what we do. This is why our programs are so important. They're the way in which we show people who we are. This applies to the whole range of programs. We're more than any one of them. This is why it's important that councils organize a comprehensive schedule of programs for the fraternal year to show the many facets and the extent of our love of God and love of neighbor. Let us not underestimate the importance of our programs. In many ways, they define who we are, and they certainly show the world who we are. Let me turn to some more practical thoughts on our programs. This fraternal year begins the third year of our Faith in Action program model. Council adoption and integration of these programs into council life is key for overall council health, success, and the growth of the order. I'd like to share with you 4 areas that will be crucial for achieving success through your programs this fraternal year. These are prayer, leadership, planning, and reporting. So prayer must be how we begin and end all council activities. Through prayer, we place our initiatives into the hands of Mary, our mother, and seek to align our priorities with the divine will of the Father. It is the starting and ending point of all that we do. Another key consideration for success is leadership. That means having the right man for the job. As we prepare to appoint new program leaders or continue with current ones, we should identify men who are faithful and lead by example, who are team players, and who are able to communicate and delegate well. We also need men who are passionate about the work and who can pass that passion on to others. Once appointed to their position, it's vital that men understand their roles. They need to understand what is expected of them and how to succeed. To that end, we're providing role descriptions for each Faith in Action program position. These are one-page resources available online in the For Members Council Leader Resources section. So we are also providing another online resource, Program Team Communication Channels, that will be available on the For Members Council Leader Resources webpage. In addition to leadership, planning is also very important for success. A good plan will include strong communication with the pastor. For this reason, we've developed a resource titled Working with Your Pastor, which can also be found on the kfc.org website in the For Members section. Intentionality is also very important for program success. It includes getting to know the priorities of the pastor, but it also means identifying the purpose behind each program and event that a council holds, the why. This year, our regional training directors will be offering a training titled You Are Your Programs. It will serve as an examination and assessment of a council's health by reviewing its program offerings. It will also provide concrete next steps based on many successful models that will improve programs and strengthen councils. It is also helpful to get an early start on planning. Taking the time to adequately plan will allow for more timely communication that will increase involvement and drive program engagement. Planning in advance enables the council to consider all stakeholders in the parish and the community. Communication with the other ministries in the parish will give these stakeholders a reason to encourage parish and community involvement in our efforts. Once a council has successfully planned and hosted a program, they're encouraged to report their programmatic activity online and in real time. To that end, we have the online Fraternal Program Report Form, the 10784, which is available on the Faith in Action website resources page. The programs team has condensed multiple forms into this one online form and will continue to improve its functionality over this next fraternal year. In addition, each program event requires its own submission. The council will receive a receipt documenting their program data. These can then be used to better populate your annual survey of fraternal activity, the 1728. Refund programs, such as RSVP and Food for Families, still require their own unique forms, which can also be found online on the Faith in Action website resources page. I'd like to emphasize the importance of online reporting. When programs are reported online and frequently, we're better able to assess council and program health throughout the order in real time. This data enables us to better direct our efforts in support of the field. With online reporting, we can also provide every jurisdiction with quarterly or even monthly program reports. If real-time reporting is not realistic for a council, we encourage regular monthly reporting and quarterly at the very least. As leaders, let me thank you for championing this shift to online regular reporting. I would like to now shift to a related topic, the Columbian Award. We've been working hard to simplify the process through which councils earn it. Let me summarize some of the changes for the upcoming year. First, we will no longer have any required programs. Councils will now have the freedom to choose whichever programs in each category work best for them, as long as they earn 4 credits for a total of 16 credits. Second, we have also upped the number of featured programs to increase the opportunities for gaining credits. Now there are 4 featured programs in each category. and these programs are worth 2 credits each. The 4 featured programs per category are contained in this chart. You will notice that the new Leave No Neighbor Behind program is now a featured program under the community category. Let me summarize. In order to earn the Columbian Award, a council must earn 16 credits total by performing enough programs to earn 4 credits per category. For example, if a council chooses to complete 2 featured programs in each of the Faith in Action categories, they will have earned 16 credits. I think you'll find that these changes make the achievement of the Columbian Award simpler, but just as rewarding. In order to better support the programmatic efforts of the Order, the Fraternal Missions Programs team is constantly seeking to improve processes and provide necessary support. Many resources have been simplified and updated on the kfc.org/FIA resources page. Some of these include an updated Faith in Action guidebook, simplified program guide sheets, the Faith in Action website, now available in English, Spanish, and French, program director role descriptions, and a communication channels resource. Know that as we try to better serve you, your feedback makes a difference, and will continue to help shape the direction and support from the programs team throughout the year. Before I conclude, I'd like to just offer a few highlights on 2 of the most important recent initiatives in our department. First, I want to offer an update on our Into the Breach video series. This is our latest video series on men's spirituality, and in a way, it embodies everything we've been talking about. It issues a call to men to take a leadership role in addressing the breaches we face as a church and as society today. People leaving the faith, the defection of our youth, family breakdown, and the loss of confidence in God more generally, to mention a few. And it offers guidance. The series has been quite successful since we first launched it on Ash Wednesday, when we made all the videos available free of charge at kfc.org/intothebreach. To date, we have had over 400,000 views. I think there are a number of reasons for this success. First, the videos are powerful. They were produced at the highest level of quality with music and images that are top-notch. Second, each video tells the story of a specific man, a man who everyone can relate to. These are real stories of struggle and victory. There are few things more inspiring than watching another man overcome a challenge that all of us face. Finally, the videos feature some of the foremost voices of Catholic men's spirituality in the country. So there is real insight and very practical advice in each video. Each video covers a specific topic, so they're easy to use as well. You do not have to watch them in any order. You can pick a topic of interest and dive into that subject. Topics include brotherhood, leadership, prayer, spiritual warfare, family, and life, among others. The Into the Breach video series will be launching as an official Faith in Action program in July 2020. Every council is asked to seriously consider offering this program. It's a major priority for the new fraternal year. The program asks councils to form small groups in order to view and discuss the episodes of the series. And soon a set of very practical resources to help conduct the program will be available, including a detailed study guide. The other recent initiative I want to mention before closing is the Leave No Neighbor Behind program. No one chooses a pandemic, but how we respond to it is a choice. Brothers, I have the privilege of hearing the stories and seeing the data from around the world about our work. It's nothing short of awesome. So please keep it up. The suffering is still grave and there's more we can do. Right now, this is one of the greatest opportunities we have to fulfill our mission of bearing witness to the love of God through love of neighbor. And this takes me back to where we started this presentation, with a consideration of our mission. We are called as Catholics and as knights to be witnesses. The Supreme Knight has set the vision for this witness. It starts with the family and ends with the evangelization of the world. In the exemplification of charity, unity, and fraternity, we commit to it. Our job as the evangelization and faith formation team, quite simply, is to do everything we can to help you fulfill that commitment. Brothers, thank you for taking the time to listen to this presentation. Viva Jesus.
Thank you, Brother Jonathan Reyes, for that insightful presentation. Before we continue on, my brothers, one comment to you is that Harpreet Benning, who is my technical assistant at this time, has put a message into the text box. We're trying to get to all the questions as possible, but if some questions are coming to me directly, it's difficult to fly the plane and answer the questions at the same time. So please take note of the comments that were left by Harpreet in the chat box. So please direct any questions to Harpreet. He will field those questions and he will either direct them to the appropriate individuals, or we will take those questions and then we will find an answer for you. We trust that this is suitable for you, and in the interest of time, we do want to get you the right information in a timely way. At this time, I would like to transition over to our worthy State Program Director, Brother Brian Noble. Brother Brian, over to you, please.
Good morning, brothers, worthy Your Excellency, worthy State Deputy, worthy District Deputies, good morning. It's my pleasure and honor to serve the Order as the Program Director again for this year. I'd like to start off by thanking all of the returning District Deputies for your continued service to the Order, for your commitment and all your hard work in the past year. I would also like to thank the new District Deputies for jumping in, for taking this big step, saying yes to serving the Order in your districts, to taking on one of the most rewarding and sometimes frustrating roles in the Order. And I look forward to working with you in the upcoming year. We've just earned the Star Council or Circle of Honor Award for the second time in 2 years and the third time in 4 years. And David, our worthy State Deputy, has given us a challenge, and that is to earn the Pinnacle Award this year. That's going to be, it's a big challenge. You set us, but I'm sure and I'm confident that we will achieve this goal if we work together. If we work together, we'll achieve this goal. So my first slide, please. There we are. Wonderful. Thank you, Don. Second slide. So, brothers, a big part of your job will be to ensure that the following forms have been submitted by your councils. The Form 185, Report of Officers Chosen for the Term. This was due June 30th. So far, we've only received 179 forms. That's 35%. I know last year we received 80%, so we have a ways to go there. So if you could begin chasing those forms immediately, when you, not when you get back to your districts, because they're already in your districts, but when you meet with your councils this month, when you hold your DD meetings this month, as well the SO 185 Council Officers Form, goes along with that. The SP7 Columbian Award application, which is due before June 30th. This year we received 239 forms, which is 48%, which it seems odd to be happy about 48%, but that's a threefold increase over last year's 16%. So that's a huge step in the right direction, although we have a ways to go yet on that one. The Form 365 Service Program Personnel Report, due August 1st. Last year, we only received 288 of those forms, 57%. We have to do much better in that regard. When you meet with your councils this month, please chase that one down. Encourage your councils, help your councils to fill it out, give them some guidance. This form is vital for safe environment compliance. And lastly, the Form 1728 Annual Survey of Fraternal Service, due June 31st. Last year, we received 85% of these forms, which is a phenomenal number. And I hope this year that we'll be able to receive 85% of all of our forms. Every council should be aligning their programs, their activities, their initiatives, and their projects with the Faith in Action service program. In essence, as Knights, we live our faith, and we put our faith in action every day. Our service programs represent this, and the Faith in Action is not a reinvention of the wheel, it's really just a reorganization. It is meant to run in parallel and complementary to the service program that the councils are already have in place. The Faith in Action is a comprehensive umbrella for all state, council, and supreme programs. It's a comprehensive umbrella, not a straitjacket. So you don't have to stop and change all of your programs. Again, it was the Faith in Action was designed to be complementary to what councils have already been doing all along anyways. Part of your job is to encourage councils to prepare a calendar of events for the year as best they can, considering COVID-19. The councils, of course, must follow the dictates of their local governments. But as Supreme Director Arthur Peters mentioned earlier, there are numerous councils, numerous parishes that can't open yet. And this is a great opportunity for councils to support their parishes and get involved by volunteering to help with the cleaning, for instance, or the ushering. I know all of these things have changed at my church, and the Knights are front and center in the effort. And finally, to use the SP7 Columbian Award application as a guide to planning for the year. To sit down and plan your year, your 16 program credits based on the Faith in Action program. So I'm sure you've all seen this before, the Supreme Recommended Program Category Mix. There's 33 programs in 4 categories: faith, family, community, and life. You'll notice that there's 4 programs printed in bold at the top of each category. These are the featured programs. Double credit will be awarded if minimum programming, minimum programming has been, sorry, I'm just, minimum participation requirements are met. The featured programs will be circulated next week, the requirements for them. And there are no more required programs this year. This is phenomenal. Okay, slide. New this year is the Leave No Neighbor Behind program. It's part of the Faith in Action community category for the 2020-2021 fraternal year only. Any program that falls under the 5 categories of Leave No Neighbor Behind would qualify. Supporting your brother Knights, supporting your parish, supporting your community, feeding the hungry, or donating blood. So anything that you do in your parish that could, literally anything you do as a council could be considered under the Leave No Neighbor Behind a program credit on the Faith in Action SP7 award. Slide, Dom. So there's new criteria for the Star Council Award, and your challenge this year is 1 Star Council Award-winning council per district in 2020-2021. The new criteria are McGivney Award, which is membership, 5% net growth, for a minimum of 3 and a maximum of 20 new members, depending on your council size. Founders Award, which is insurance. Council has to promote, host, participate in 2 fraternal benefit events. There's no minimum attendance, and your fraternal benefit event can be combined with other councils. And as mentioned earlier, the SP7 Columbian Award, 4 programs in each Faith in Action category for a total of 16 programs. There are no required programs, and 4 featured programs in each category count as double credit. Dom? Additional forms are required. There's the Form 365 Personal Service Personnel Program Report due August 1st. There are 5 required positions: Program Director, Community and Family Directors, Membership and Retention Director. Of the 10 or so positions on the form, these are the 5 that are required. If you don't have a fully complete form by the deadline, don't worry, you can submit what you have and then submit a supplemental report later. You have to submit the Form 728 Annual Survey of Fraternal Activity, and the council must be faith environment compliant. And I can't stress enough the importance of being a safe environment compliant. It's a simple program to complete, either online or by, you can get a paper copy from Supreme. It helps protect you, your council, and most importantly, it helps protect children. Okay. The Star District Award. The criteria have been changed for this as well. Membership, 70% of the total council membership goals for the district. Founders Award, all councils have to participate in 2 fraternal benefits events. All Form 944 semi-annual report of council status has to be submitted before the due dates of December 31st and June 30th. If you're a new district deputy, perhaps you could ask your predecessor if he has filled out those and submitted those forms, or ask him to do it if he hasn't, or ask him to give you some guidance on how to do it. And of course, at least 1 star council in your district. So brothers, your direction for the 2020-2021 fraternal year: encourage the councils in your district to embrace the Faith in Action Service program more fully, add 1 more program to their schedule, to use every program, event, initiative, and project as a recruiting opportunity, submit forms 185, SO 185, 365, 1728, 1295, and the SP 7, and to become or maintain safe environment compliance. Our challenge is to improve all the councils in your district through programming, membership, and compliance, and to ensure that at least 1 council in your district earns the Star Council Award. So why is any of this important? Of course, we know councils that don't recruit grow old and fade away. Councils that don't actually do anything will become dormant. Programs keep members engaged and interested. Programs, projects, activities attract and interest new members. And new members, new brothers bring new ideas, energy, and vitality to their councils. And what's the payoff? Strong, vibrant, enduring councils. Councils that have embraced the precepts of the order: charity, unity, and fraternity. Councils that serve the order, their parishes, and their communities. Councils that are recognized for their commitment to Columbianism. Councils that continue Father McGivney's vision into the future, ensuring that the district is stronger and healthier when your tenure as DD is over. And you get to play a small part in the history of a council as part of your own legacy for the future fraternal leaders to emulate. And ultimately helping to earn the first Circle of Honor Pinnacle Award in the 120-year history of the order in Ontario. Brothers, I look forward to working with you in the upcoming year. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to contact me at programdirector@ontariokfc.ca, and I'll answer your questions as soon as I possibly can. If I don't have the answer, I'll find the answer for you. Again, good luck in the upcoming year. Thank you in advance for your time, your dedication, and all your hard work. And I look forward to celebrating with you this time next year when we've earned our Pinnacle Award. Thank you very much. Good luck. God bless. Vivat Jesu.
Thank you, worthy State Program Director, Brother Brian. At this time, we will be transitioning very shortly to a man that you all know and requires no introduction whatsoever. This is Brother Jerry Hayes, our worthy Communication Director. We're just doing a very quick transition here, and I believe he is in place and ready to go. So we are just going to get his screen up and going. So give us a moment here. Brother Jerry, over to you.
Bring up the text. Okay. as soon as you bring up my text. Okay, sorry for that, brothers. Well, good morning, everyone. I too express my disappointment that we are not having the opportunity to meet on a more personal basis and in turn greet each other face to face. I've spoken to so many of you who are performing district deputy roles, especially those new to the position over the course of the last couple of months, and I was truly looking forward to the opportunity of meeting all of you one-on-one. However, in addressing you today, I want to point out that I play several roles in the order. One regards that of State Communication Director, in addition to the other role of State Membership Information Director. Today, I do want to focus, however, on the communications aspect of my mandate. Brothers, each of you play an extremely important role in ensuring that the vital, and I stress vital, information that is issued by both Supreme and State Council does in fact reach its target audience. That being, at least for the most part, our members at the council level. These councils report to you. If this very important communication link that you are responsible for ensuring is broken, that is, not letting our members know what is happening, the effectiveness of your role as a DD in turn breaks down. Members will be left in the dark regarding the receipt of the important information at hand. With this, you can see that you play an absolutely essential role in ensuring everyone in your district is kept informed. Now, I want to be completely upfront with all of you. This ongoing communication process has been a challenge on many occasions in the past. We seem to struggle with the constant task of getting information out there to those who require it. In doing so, however, there will be no one singular method that I can present to all of you regarding how to successfully accomplish effective communication with each of you as individuals. This is most definitely going to vary from one district to another. Simply saying that I did my job, I sent out an email to every council regarding the matter, well, this philosophy no longer satisfies the requirement of having completed your communication mandate. Much more than that is required. Although I personally open my email file many times during the day, that would be out of the question for many of your council members. All of us must realize that this electronic communication simply does not work in many councils. Some of you will find that many senior officers do not read email at all. You, as a district deputy, have to determine the best way to effectively communicate with these councils. Maybe it involves that old method used many years ago. Remember, of actually picking up the telephone and dialing their number? Maybe when emails are sent, they are sent to more than one member of the council to ensure that someone who is in tune with this medium of receiving electronic mail is assisting in the process of collecting and passing the information on to all who require it. Beyond the Grand Night, maybe there is someone in the council who can act as the council communication officer. This has already been discussed in an earlier presentation this morning. But regardless of how you accomplish it, effective ongoing council communication is mandatory if the councils in your district are going to be successful. The same will also apply if you are going to be successful as well in your role as their front runner, leading the troops. You have been selected to be a leader in your district, and accordingly, good leaders must be effective communicators with those who report to them. It certainly goes without saying that many councils have experienced a tremendous blow to how they are currently operating with the restrictions now being imposed by COVID-19. Some councils have literally come to a point where all programming has come to a complete halt. They're at a loss as to how to effectively undertake viable initiatives to engage their membership while still respecting social distancing. Yes, gentlemen, you as our district leaders have come on board at a very difficult juncture in the history of our order. Now, I'm not here to predict gloom and doom, but no one is sure just how long all of these restrictions are going to endure. We at the state level spoke this week of providing you with ideas regarding programs that will respect government distancing restrictions and allow councils to continue to operate in a logical, visible manner. These ideas will simply supplement those already outlined in the Leave No Neighbor Behind initiative introduced by Supreme. However, without your intervention in sharing and passing on the information we will be providing, all will prove to no doubt be in vain. If our members are going to receive all of this information, you are the conduit that will pass it on. In many cases, unless you convey the required material to them, the information will be completely lost. People will be left in the dark as it relates to their knowing what is happening. This in turn leads to council inactivity, which then leads to council dormancy, and in turn the complete loss of membership. You've heard both brothers Brian Noble and Joe Matthews speak today about current programs and membership initiatives that are upcoming. It is you who we are counting on to be the trailblazer, who will lead the troops and help determine the success that these undertakings achieve at the council level. We are counting on you to make it happen. So do make it a point of continually keeping people in the know. With this in mind, the communication of information also flows in a second direction. We at the state level are most definitely interested in being kept informed as to how councils are doing, or if situations are arising that would create a negative situation down the road that would impact on the council's future success. If you see this happening, pass this information on. We at State are here to help you, and in most cases have the resources to assist in resolving the matter at hand. That is, if we are told about it early enough in the game, before it reaches the point of non-reconciliation. Now, how do you go about doing that? First of all, each of you should have received correspondence from me regarding the fact that each district has an assigned membership information officer. This individual plays an intermediary mentoring role between your district and the state office to assist you in the day-to-day issues you are bound to encounter at the district level. Each of our 12 MIOs across the province are assigned a group of councils and have at one time played your part at the district level. They can be a great deal of help to you as mentors or sounding boards when advice or a second opinion would prove helpful. Hopefully each of you have already had a phone call from your MIO and you are well acquainted with this individual. If by chance this has not occurred, please let me know and I will assist in this regard. However, in all cases, your MIO is there to assist you in a positive manner. He is not someone who will take over the authority of running your district and should be perceived as a friend when help is needed. Both of you working together in harmony will be a major first step in your achieving the success you should be striving to achieve at your district level. With the time allotted to me today, it is simply impossible for any of us to cover all of the many aspects of our roles. However, in truly keeping the lines of communication open, I sincerely invite any of you who require information on who you should contact when a certain situation arises to come to me at any time. I will either assist with your issue personally or point you in the direction of someone who can. Possibly you may want to make this contact by just picking up the phone and dialing my number, and that is certainly okay. However, with all of the correspondence that you have already received from me, there should be no issue on how to find me one way or another. In closing, I want to wish each of you well over the upcoming fraternal year, and I remain committed to the fact that in working together, we as a team can achieve the level of success that can most certainly be attained through another year of Circle of Honor being attached to Ontario's credentials. Thank you for all that you continue to do under the banner of Columbianism, and may God bless.
Thank you, Brother Jerry. At this time, we will do just a quick transition here, brothers. And so I guess, again, if jokingly saying you're stuck with me, this next presenter, again, also needs no introduction. All of you know him as a kind and friendly and accommodating voice on the other end of the line when you call the state office. Coming up now is our brother Denis LaSalle, our worthy state executive secretary of our state office. So, Brother Denis, I will call up your presentation here momentarily. Brother Denis, please proceed.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this 2020 DD Summer Meeting. I'm going to be talking about two different subjects today, the Ontario State website, as well as the DD sign-in email. So let us begin. In order to sign in to the Ontario State website, just bring it up, leave it there, you have to go to www.ontario.kofc.ca. So what you will see initially on the screen will be the photo, the banner that you see right now, Circle of Honor banner. And it's important that you see there's a button that says read more there on the banner, just on the left-hand side at the bottom. Each one of the banners contains this type of button. There's a charity banner on there right now for the lottery, which will enable you to keep up to speed, especially with the delay in the lottery, which is going to happen this October. There's a COVID-19 banner that's very important. It contains Ontario State and Supreme information. There's a number of updates that come out weekly, and we keep putting those in there, and you should be looking at those regularly. And finally, there's a Food for Families banner going around right now as well. All these banners change regularly, so again, you should go in there and have a look. Next slide, please. Okay. Can we close this button up here so I can see, or put it up here so I can see the, I can't see the slide completely, so I can't see what I'm doing. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so when you look at the donate button, which is at the very top there, you press on there, what's going to happen on the left-hand side, you'll see an arrow pointing down, donation form. This is located, by the way, in an orange bar that you see at the top there. Okay, and then the donation form is a generic form that you can make any type of donation on. On the right-hand side, you see those blue buttons right there. These are other types of donations that you can make, and Food for Families, as well as Code for Kids, the Father McGivney Altar, and we keep adding those. So next slide. Okay. And frequently asked questions, as you see there, and there's an arrow pointing down. And most of those questions will be generated from your councils or membership. So you can refer to this area, and it'll help you to answer questions that are dealing with either the Knights of Columbus or online membership. Next slide. Now, Contact Us button is self-explanatory. At the bottom there, there's a big rectangular square, an arrow pointing at it at the very bottom, Dom? At the bottom, yeah. So it contains our address and our phone numbers, fax number, and our email address. Next slide. Okay, now we're going to go to the blue bordered slide at about us. Obviously, it tells you about the Knights, the executive for the Knights of Columbus this year. Ontario Council, this is where you find any council in Ontario. The Knights in Action page, we're going to cover in a few minutes. The history of the Knights, either Supreme and in Ontario. And obviously, there are sponsors for 2020, 2019, and the lottery page is there, and how to contact us again. Next slide. This is a very important part for you as district deputies. This is your Faith in Action program. And as you can see, it's got the sub pillars: community, faith, family, and life. Under community, you'll note on the right-hand side, you have a number of programs: bursaries, Special Olympics, Quotes for Kids, Food for Families, wheelchairs, Nights on Bikes, Squires, Free Throw, and obviously substance abuse programs. Now that's only the one cut under community. I'm not going to show you all of them right now, but if you go under faith, you're going to find the same blocks of folders that help you to better understand the programs that are available to the membership and to the councils. You have to get familiar with this. You have to become very, very active and go there often, because this is what the meat and potatoes are. What you need to function when you go to council meetings and stuff like that. You can explain everything to them and make it sure that the councils are aware where to find this on the website. Next slide. Okay, calendar. This is one that's not used very much, and I would like it to see used more by councils, by the district deputies, directors, and everybody. If you want to bring it up just a little more, please, Dom, the page. Thank you. Okay. When you look at the page right there, it's hard to read. You can't read anything right now, but on the 1st of July, it's based on the months. So if you look at the bottom, 1st of July, it says that the Form 185s are due and they should be sent in. So anytime there's forms due, anything like that, we will post it on there. If you have an exemplification coming up, it'd be a good idea to let us know. We can put it there so that other councils are aware, other districts, and anybody who wants to participate, especially virtually these days. We need to know that so we can get more people involved. The 9th, 10th, and 11th of July, you'll notice there's information written there. And the 9th would be the webinar with Supreme. The 10th would be the board meeting with the state. And the 11th, obviously, our DD meeting. Next slide. Okay, publications. Again, self-explanatory. The publications under there, we have the Columbia Magazine. And obviously, we would also have the state bulletin. Articles are special articles that might come up that you want us to publish on there, and we put on there. The Pope was one that we published. It was very important to the Knights of Columbus recently. As well below there, you'll notice this is a convention book that's open to the public. And don't forget, these pages are open to the public. It does not contain any financial information, but it does have all the other information from our convention, as well as the awards booklet. Next page. Okay, now I skipped the Knights portal. We'll come back to it in a minute. Joining online, obviously, is more and more important these days, as social media is probably our primary weapon to getting the young people involved. So if you notice, the arrow points to the left, and it goes to the Ontario State Online Membership information, and it's very short, very sweet, and then if the arrow pointing down points to join online. So as soon as somebody touches that, it takes them to the Supreme page, which is on the right at the bottom there. And they get an opportunity to fill in the form and pay their dues and bingo their online members for you to try and get on the member council in your area, if possible. Okay, next page. Okay, so the Knights portal, this is very important that you understand what it's for. This is for executives only, which means board members, means directors, chairmen, DDs, MIOs, and executives from your council. So when you press on there, go to the next page. Next slide. Next slide. So the next slide, you show, you see everything in yellow there. It means those are the buttons that are involved: convention, programs, payments, and officers login. Okay. On the left-hand side, you'll note there's a big arrow on the white part of the page that points to the Knights portal. And then Knights in Action. It's critical that we get more photos and information about what the Knights are doing right now out there, virtually or otherwise, because this is a big generator of people going on our site. We have about 10,000 hits a month roughly on our site. A lot of them are young people, so they're looking to see what we're doing. So if they're interested in something that you're doing, they're probably going to join. So this is very important that you promote this with your councils as well as your membership. Next slide. Okay, convention. Basically, that slide is self-explanatory. Again, it's a 2019-2020 state conventions, and a lot of information is contained on there from those conventions, as well as videos. Next slide. Programs. Okay, this under programs, you'll find council awards there. Again, this is just the 2019-2020 awards. Safe environment, I'll touch briefly on that because someone will be speaking about that shortly. But you must understand that you are a big key as to getting people safe environment compliant. Most councils are not in Ontario, and we really need your help to make them compliant. So what has to happen is you have to look at what is needed in here. Then you have to go to your councils, and you have to get at least 4 members of their executives to be safe environment compliant. If you can do that, it would really be a big thing for the order. Okay, insurance is basically all the general agents in Ontario, the field agents. We have a new thing on the insurance page now, which I'm not going to show you, but I'm going to explain briefly. You can go on there and put your council number, and you can find any field agent that belongs to any council in Ontario and the contact info, which we didn't have before. The general agents dashboard is only for general agents. In order to add field agents or remove field agents, that's what it's for. Next page. Okay, so now we're going to look at the payments page. It's self-explanatory. Again, you can pay any number of things here. If you buy Roses for Life, so you get the invoice number and everything like that. If you want to even pay your per capita, we would accept it this year. But we do ask you one thing. On the payment page, it's got a sales box for information. And you have in that sales box, you have to, or information box, you have to put invoice number followed by it's for per capita or something. If you don't put anything in there, it goes into our fund box, okay? I'm just kidding. We would then have to do a lot of extra work at the state office to try and find out who sent that in, what it's for, calling people and everything else. So that's why it's important that that box be filled with any payments that you're gonna make to us, okay? Next page. Oh, okay, just back up. Okay, so this is critical to you every day. Write what's, when you go to the officer's login, write what's on the left-hand side down there, okay? Username, write down officer somewhere on a piece of paper and your password, Novisa 350. You'll be using this all the time, okay? And remember what I said a while ago? All the executives are allowed in here, which means the state board and chairmen and directors and DDs and executives from your councils. So you have to have this information when you go to your council meetings to encourage them to go to the website and sign in to get in there. So you press log in once you've typed in this information. Next page. Okay, officers login again, it's just showing you the page where it takes you. It takes you on the left-hand side, if you look, the officer's directory, and on the right-hand side, the officer's menu. Up again, next page. Okay, so officers login. Up, 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 a little more, up a little more. Okay, it's good. On the left-hand side, you see select a category. This is critical to finding who you're looking for that's in charge, or when you're trying to get some information from someone in Ontario. You got the state board, past state deputies, masters, program directors, chairmen, MIOs, DDs, squires, chaplains, grand knights, and financial secretaries. So basically, for our work purposes today, go to the next page, please. We're going to select the Grand Knights, but it's a very busy page. So we're going to start on the left-hand side where the arrow is, the furthest arrow on the left-hand side. If you want to put your cursor on top of there, okay. So you select Officers Directory. From there, the Officers Directory will lead you to who you want. So you pick Grand Knights. From there, you select Find, and then you go down and search by. You can search by first name, last name, council, assembly, or district. That's very simple. So what you do is you put the guy's name or whatever, or your council number, and it'll allow you, if you look below, it'll show you who the guy is after once you've selected it. Once you put the name in there, it will show you who it is. You'll find them right away. Okay, next slide. Officers menu. Again, if you look on the right-hand side, it's got a number of folders, a calendar. Again, we won't go through that. We've already done that. College of Knowledge, the chairman's contact info, directory, exemplifications, forms, per capita, and reports received. So we'll start with the College of Knowledge. And the College of Knowledge contains a lot of information that's important to you as DDs from Ontario State as well as Supreme. And if you look there right now, the DD 2020 summer meeting presentations are there. They're not all there, but they will be all there when you look at them on Monday or Tuesday, okay? There might be 15 or something at them. And we're gonna try and make them all bilingual eventually, but right now, most of them are English. Okay, next page. Okay, Okay, the next page is again the 2021 directors and chairmen. This is a brand new page that poor Jerry Hayes has been trying to get me to put up there for the last couple of years. We finally got it up there, and we'll keep it up to date. Now, down there is all private information. You're not to share all this information with everybody. It's for you to use in order to contact your information. The executive from the councils are allowed to go in there, obviously, to sign in to look at stuff, but they're not to share with anybody else. Okay. Oh, you're out of my page. Up one. Thank you. So in there contains the state board, as well as the chairmen and directors, the MIOs, the DDs are all contained on here. Okay, next page. Go down. Okay. So again, if you wanted to return the officer's directory from the officer's menu, you gotta press on officer's directory here on the right-hand side. Okay. If you don't do that, you're gonna have to start all over again. So you press there, it takes you back. You can continue your search if you're still looking for people. And if you just want to bring it up a little more, bring it up a little more. I'm almost done here. We're at the end. Okay, that's the end. Okay, so basically, all I want to talk about is two little things. If you look below the officer's directory on the right-hand side, it's got exemplifications. That's where you're going to find the upcoming exemplifications. Your forms, manuals, and guides. Okay, you're always looking for forms. You always figure out what the heck, how do we do this? What's going on? This is where you find all the information. Per capita has been updated in the last 2 days. Now, as DDs, you have to go to your member councils in your district and check this place out to find out if they paid their per capita, okay? If they haven't, then you have to have a look at that. There's going to be more information coming out on per capita in the next few weeks there from the state board, so please stay appraised of what's going to happen there. And down below, you'll see reports received. This tells you if they've filed the reports, especially the 185s. It's critical we get those. We normally don't get any more than 50% every year of the 185s for Ontario, and that's terrible because a lot of times we have no way of getting a hold of the executive because we have no information on them, and it's very difficult to do our job. So please be on top of this and check this area out to make sure that your councils are compliant. And that's it for the presentation, I believe, for the website. I'll move on to the next presentation once he's got it up.
Brother Denis, thank you. There were a couple of questions coming through on the chat line here, and that there are questions regarding when will this information be available. Brother Denis did mention this, that it will be available next week. So this exact presentation will be made available on the College of Knowledge. It's important to maintain the sign-in credentials that were presented to you earlier in this presentation, and they were sent out as well by Brother Denis. So again, all these presentations will be posted on the College of Knowledge. So as we transition right now, Brother Denis, give me one moment.
No problem.
And we will.
So I'm going to take a few seconds just to explain to you the next presentation. So Ontario State emails. It's important to start using the Ontario State emails when they are assigned to you. It doesn't matter if you're a board director member, a director, a chairman, MIO, district deputy, grand knight, or financial secretary. And here are some of the reasons why you should start using the common email. It would make it easy for others to communicate with you. For example, they will know if they want to email a grand knight. All they have to do is add the council's number to the email gk@0001@ontariokfc.ca, and then they'll be able to find the person they're looking for. Privacy issues make it important not to use personal emails. This is for your own protection as well as the security of sensitive information which may be sent to you. If there is a change in position, then the password can be quickly reset by the state office for the new officer, and he will have access to the previous emails. This will allow the state office easier communication as well as your state officers and directors with you and your councils through a standard email distribution list. Often members change their emails for whatever reason, whether they're Bell, Rogers, whatever it is, and they don't always notify us. Sometimes they don't work. Sometimes we have all kinds of different issues. So it's important that we generate this new email, and that's why we did so. So we're going to start with the first slide that you see there right now. And in order to get there, you have to go to your web browser and type in https://office.com or office.com. Now, when you go, you got to get a bunch of selections. Make sure you take the right selection. So select Office 365 login, nothing else, please. So when you do that, it'll take you to this next slide. On the next slide, you'll note that welcome to office, okay? And when you go to sign in, you may have two choices, and I'll tell you why. If you already have an Outlook account, you'll have to go to add another account or select another account. You don't see it there, but when you press sign in, it'll give you that choice. So make sure that you pick the right one. So if you're adding an account, press add an account. Next slide. We usually send you a temporary password, or to give you a temporary email. So what's going to happen, temporary password. I'm sorry, temporary email. You would sign in your email account. You go GK or DD at OntarioKFC.ca. Next slide. Okay, there you will enter the temporary password that's sent to you from the state office, okay? And it usually contains a large letter, a small letter, and a number. Next slide, you click sign in. And then from there, you enter your temporary password on the top line. You create a new password that is 8 characters, 1 large, 1 small letter, as well as a number. And then you press sign in. Next slide. You may get this that comes up. You don't have to get 365. Please X out of there, okay? Next slide. Okay, so this, once you've X out of there, it'll take you to the main page. On the left-hand side, you notice the Outlook icon. You press on the Outlook icon, and next page. So as I was saying, you're going to get this box that comes up from Microsoft. Just X out of there. It's not required. Next slide. We're almost done. Okay, what's going to happen? You're going to get the next page. It's going to show you all your emails. Now, you may have 117 emails. Let's hope not, but you'll have to check them all and see which ones are important and ensure that you're up to speed. Next slide. On the right-hand side, there's a little circle, and let's say if you're DD, it would say DD1, DD2, whatever you are. This is where you sign in and out. Next slide. Finally, this slide here is when you send an email out, and if you look on the top left side, new message, you press on there, and then right below the send button on the top of the page where the circle is, you put in under 2, you would put in where you're sending it to, test email, and then at the bottom or at the top, you can send. Okay, next slide. Finally, now if you want to set up a desktop icon, so what you have to do is press on the lock button. It's very hard to see there, but it's on the top one right here, and you drag it over to your page. Once that's done, you'll be able to access it all the time. You're just going to press on the icon. It'll take you directly to your email address. And that's it for my presentations. I thank you very much for your time. And Viva Jesus. And if you need any help, please call the state office and talk to any one of us. We can help you with the 2 presentations that I did today. And they're going to be on the website as well. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Brother Denis. Much appreciated. So at this time, we will be transitioning to another video for your information. This is our insurance promotion video from Supreme. One moment. And the presenter will be Brother Robert Marlowe, who is our Senior Vice President, Agency and Marketing.
Worthy fraternal leaders and my fellow brother knights, it is a pleasure being with you today and spending a few minutes talking about our Order's insurance program and how we can work together to help the Order grow and prosper. As a brief introduction, I've spent the last 37 years working as a Knights of Columbus agent and general agent, 5 years as a field agent, and 32 years as a general agent. I'm the longest tenured general agent in the Order. My new role is Interim Senior Vice President of Agencies and Marketing. I am also concurrently the general agent for Baltimore, Maryland. I mention my background because I've had a lengthy and successful partnership with my fraternal constituents in Maryland. I've worked with 19 state deputies and their administrations and have a lot of firsthand experience in working together with my state deputy and our extended state family in both promoting membership and insurance. When I think of a group of dedicated men like our district deputies and Grand Knights, I am reminded that we are all working towards the same goal to continue and grow Father McGivney's vision. Father McGivney started our wonderful order to bring Catholic men together to strengthen their faith, help them become better Catholics, better men, better husbands, and better fathers. Bob McGivney also started our order to protect Catholic families from the financial perils of death and disability so the family unit can stay in place. I see a tremendous opportunity for us to work together. Our goals are in alignment, but we do have different roles. As a district deputy or grand knight, you have a tremendous responsibility to manage and lead your fraternal brothers in your area. Our general and field agents also have a tremendous responsibility in their agencies to protect and service the members they serve. While we have different roles, we do have one thing in common. We have a shared responsibility to recruit new members into our order. New members are the backbone of our evangelization efforts to help promote the values of Christianity and Catholicism. While the current COVID-19 crisis has changed the normalcy of our lives, it really is a great time for you to be a Knights of Columbus leader. This health crisis has left people searching for meaning in their lives and answers to today's problems. Catholic men are feeling that loss of community and, in some cases, the absence of faith. Our order offers men a community and an example of how to live their faith. We have a rare opportunity right now to reach out to all Catholic men to share the gift of membership. When a man joins the Knights of Columbus, he is introduced to a degree ceremony that emphasizes ways to live a better life. Part of that process is a reinforcement that as a Catholic man, he has a responsibility to both provide for and protect his family. A member who participates in our insurance program is a more well-rounded member as he sees a connection and scope of our organization and how our fraternal insurance programs aren't separate entities. They are unified entities that work beautifully together. A member who buys Knights of Columbus insurance does so for more than just buying a financial product. He sees his purchase as making a statement and making a difference. He is putting his money where his mouth is. Said differently, he is putting his monies where his values are. He knows that our insurance program is the engine that drives our order's charitable programs. He buys because he's pro-life. He buys because he's pro-family. And he understands that his premium dollars are going to an organization that shares his Catholic values. When a man purchases Knights of Columbus insurance, whether life insurance, long-term care insurance, disability income insurance, or a retirement annuity, he does so for two reasons: to help himself and to help the order. It's not about just trying to grow our business. It's about furthering the link and connection between the man, his faith, and our order. I do know from experience that we work best when we work together. Some examples of ways we can work together: recruiting drives, new council development, retention of delinquent members, council connectivity with your membership base. Remember, our agents are sales professionals. They know how to highlight features and benefits. They are perfect for membership recruiting. What an incredible resource you have at your fingertips. I'd like to share with you that 30 years ago, State Deputy John Glenn, God rest his soul, asked the two general agents in Maryland to be new council development chairman. I covered the Archdiocese of Baltimore, and Bob Cantor covered the Archdiocese of Washington, D.C. This was a new experience for both of us, but one that we saw as a challenge. Our first year, we started 11 new councils for State Deputy Glenn. Since then, I have started 40 new councils in the Archdiocese of Baltimore. Much of the membership growth in Maryland is a result of these new councils. The message that I would like to share with you is that the local field agent may be the person who knows your council's members the best. That's not the case with a brand new agent, but it soon will become that way as he meets more and more families in his assigned area. Our field agents are charged with visiting 8 to 10 families a week. Over the course of a year, that's about 400 visits. The field agent may have better contact information than the council does in some cases. They may know of situations of distress or need. Working together in a healthy council environment, those situations would be addressed and cared for. They may know of prospective new members that they could refer to the council. Here's the point. Let's work together on a local, district, and state level. It's my experience from being in the agency force for the last 37 years that certain things work and certain things don't. What does work is a healthy relationship between the state family, district deputies, grand knights, and the general agent and field agents in your area. Some ways you can foster and grow that relationship is to always invite the general agent to all your state meetings. Please invite him to sit in front of the room with the other dignitaries. Give him an opportunity to speak at each meeting. This sends a message of respect and cooperation between the fraternal and insurance sides of the house. I'm sure many of you are doing this already, and I thank you for that. Possibly some of you are in a situation where the relationship isn't as good as it could be. It's up to both of us to help mend that fence. Don't worry about trying to sell insurance. That's our job. Just highlight the trust and respect you have for your general agent and his field agents. That will do more for insurance promotion than you can imagine. There are many ways to include the agency force in your state. Possibly let them usher and be the readers at your state convention mass. Assist in the convention registration process. Include them in social functions like the state Christmas party. Ask them to host a hospitality room. Once again, many of you may be doing things like this already. In Maryland, we enjoy such a good relationship with our state family that my field agents would do anything to assist when asked. We are blessed again to have another outstanding state deputy this year and very much look forward to working with him. I think it's incredibly important for our district deputies and Grand Knights to foster a good working relationship between the field agent and the councils they serve. Invite the field agent to sit at the front table. Include him in all council communications and social media. Make sure he's aware of all membership activity, gains and losses. In some cases, if councils don't include the field agent in their membership activity and the field agent is the last to know, that puts him in an awkward situation when contacting these men. Another big thing the Grand Knight can do is to be receptive and help promote the agent's fraternal benefit nights. Fraternal benefit nights are great council activities that can serve several purposes. This is an opportunity to get our men and their wives together in a social setting, and you can invite the broader parish community to gain interest in membership. We have numerous success stories where fraternal benefit nights not only provide interesting financial information for our members, but also we are able to recruit several families into our councils as a result of these events. Our agents have a variety of themes they can present on, such as our KFC products and their uses, long-term care planning, retirement planning, estate planning, charitable planning, special needs planning, Social Security options, and legacy planning. In some cases, the field agent is a speaker, and in some cases, he will act as the host and have a guest speaker from the community, such as a long-term care or assisted living director, an attorney to discuss wills and trust, a funeral director, Social Security representative, or a CPA. The purpose of the event is to help our families do proper planning, not just to sell Knights of Columbus insurance. We do know that many, many people don't have wills and haven't thought through the basics of what would happen in the event of a death or disability. These evenings serve as a helpful way to provide information in a relaxed atmosphere that also serves as a social gathering for our members. As a district deputy or Grand Knight, you have a big job. You need a strong leadership team. You need to communicate your vision. You need to keep your members motivated. Let us be partners with you. Our general agents and field agents have your best interest at heart. We want you to be successful. We share your membership goals. Keep in mind that your general agents have a team of men ready to help you. Each agency has 10 to 20 field agents assigned to your districts and councils. We are all busy, but we know that working together makes for much more productive outcomes than going it alone. Our agency force has readily adopted the e-membership format. I want you to know that we see e-membership as a tool to not only recruit new members, but also as a feeder system for our local councils. We want our e-members to get active in their local councils, but not all men want to take that step right away. E-membership is a way to recruit the man who says, I'm too busy, but I do love what the Knights of Columbus stand for. If we can engage him and get him to become an e-member, it is our hope that as he learns more about the order and his local council, he will want to join in the future. If he buys an insurance product, the bond is that much stronger in his interest in the Knights of Columbus. Just as we are experiencing this meeting in a new way, our field force has also transitioned to a virtual platform to meet with our members. Amazingly, we transitioned from a field force of 1,000 agents doing 100% of our business in a face-to-face capacity, and in less than a week, we completely transitioned to a virtual platform. Our agents and home office did an incredible job of not only finding a solution, but also adapting to that solution. We have learned that this new way to meet people might be very useful in our areas with larger geographic territories, as well as for busy people who don't want an in-person meeting and would rather meet virtually to discuss their financial situation. We now have another tool to allow our brother knights and families to meet us in a way that is most comfortable for them. I would be remiss if I didn't brag a little about our rock-solid financials of our company. We are a Fortune 800 company, so we are larger than most people realize. We were also recently recognized by Standard & Poor's as one of the 6 strongest life insurance companies in North America. This was a 6-way tie for first place, by the way. So, we are very large and very strong. As a fraternal leader, it's important for you to know this as you speak to your councils and members. The big takeaway, though, is we have charged our agents to treat every single interaction with a brother knight and his family with care, respect, and professionalism. We want our agents to see each situation through their client's eyes and only make recommendations that we would want if our roles were reversed. Simply stated, treat your brother knight as you would want to be treated. This is a direct link to our Lord's admonition to love your neighbor as you love yourself. To summarize, please know that we are in this together. Your general agents and field agents are here to not only sell insurance, but also to help you. Keep the lines of communication open. It's the best way to maintain a good working relationship. Thank you for your leadership role you have undertaken. We appreciate your commitment to the order and our mission to recruit men so they may grow in their faith and service to our church and their communities. I'd like to finish with a brief story that highlights to me the real value of my Knights of Columbus membership. When I took my first degree in 1983 at Father Rosensteel Council in Silver Spring, Maryland, a gentleman walked up to me after the degree and introduced himself. He then said, "If I'm fortunate enough to have my soul saved, it is because of my membership in the Knights of Columbus." As a brand new member, I couldn't fully appreciate his words. There isn't a month that goes by that I don't think about what he told me. It is so easy to get derailed in life and lose track of what's important, including your faith. The Knights of Columbus allows a man to associate with other men who not only are good influence on him, but in many cases become role models for how to live a good life. Never forget our order fills different needs for men in their spiritual development. You can't measure the impact Knights of Columbus membership might have in a man's life. God bless.
And thank you for that presentation. My brothers, now I would draw your attention to a presentation by Brother Sonny Sangemino, who is our Canadian Agency Executive Consultant and General Agent. Brother Sonny, please take it away. Thank you.
Good morning, brothers. I want to thank you very much for having us here once again. For those of you who do not know me, my name is Sonny Sangemino. I am the Canadian Agency Executive Consultant, as well as a local general agent for your councils here in Ontario, specifically the Southwestern Ontario region. I wasn't actually supposed to speak today. I beg your apologies. Brother Dan Duval was scheduled to speak today, and unfortunately his cottage up in Lake Nipissing was hit by a tornado, and he's experienced some severe property damage, so he is up there trying to assess the damage. So I'll ask you to keep him in your thoughts and prayers. I'm also here representing our brother Rocky Rizzo, who represents Northwestern Ontario, Dan Duval's agency that represents Northern Ontario, my agency in Southwestern Ontario, Neil Bouvier in Southern Ontario, up to the GTA, Mike Mullins' territory, which is part of the GTA as well, all the way out to Central Ontario, and then Mark Medor in Eastern Ontario. Gentlemen, I want to reiterate some of the things you've heard that were said by the Supreme Knight today, as well as my boss, Bob Marlow. And I'd like to draw a little attention to that. Bob Marlow was put in place as an attempt to really reinforce the changes that the order wants to make in the field. So what we're doing now is with the field force It's a field force led by Brother Knights who are field agents, who have field experience in a conjunction with corporations. So as I explained to you, my new role in representing the Canadian agencies, as well as Bob's, is a true testament to the Order's idea of trying to do new things to become a lot more flexible and a lot more mobile to meet the needs of our state officers and our local members. I wanted to give you sort of an Ontario update as well. You've heard the talking by the Supreme Knight and Bob Marlow, Senior Vice President of Agencies and Marketing, about the S&P and AM Best reports. What they don't tell you is, let me reiterate what they did tell you. We're financially strong. We're among the strongest. In the United States, there are only 6 companies that enjoy these ratings. We happen to be one of them. What they don't say is that we are the only company that does business in Canada that has these ratings. This is a huge edification for our business practices and our model. The fact is, there is no bank, financial institution, investment company, or insurance company that enjoys our financial security. So that is a huge boon for our membership. I'd also like to harken back to the fact too that Ontario is the 3rd largest insurance jurisdiction in the Order. This is a huge thing. It means that when Ontario is talked about at Supreme, it is a very significant force to be reckoned with, not simply on its fraternal efforts and the fraternal achievements, such as achieving the Circle of Honor, which I'd like to congratulate all of our state officers and our local officers, but the fact is on the insurance side too. So it is a big, big benefit that when I am sitting in meetings with Bob Marlow, with Mr. Anderson, and I get asked about, you know, how does Ontario work with its insurance arm, it's very, very strong. We're always seen as a demonstration, as a model of success, of an excellent, strong, courteous, and cooperative working relationship between the general agents and field agents, the local officers, and our state boards. I want to thank our local state officers and our and our local officers for that. The other thing I want to mention is that COVID-19 has had a huge effect, and I want to talk about it a little bit more generally. So as you already saw, we have the ability now to meet with your membership as easy as you're meeting with us today. We can do full policy reviews, we can do service calls, we can do death claims, we can do almost everything now through the magic of technology. Now, a lot of that has to depend on the members' ability to join on with us, but we will make that as easy as possible. One of the things that may not have been realized, though, is that as general agents, most of us have an actual office in our respective territories. And those offices were equally affected by the COVID situation. I know for a fact that my office has physically been closed since March, and it will continue until we can figure out what is the safest thing for our members, as well as for our staff. For that reason, what we ask is before anyone decides to drop by the local agency office to maybe give a call ahead of time, because the offices may not be open. But again, I want to encourage you to actually let your members know that your field agent is able to meet virtually, and this is not something that we expect to disappear after COVID is no longer an issue. We will be able to continue to offer these services to our membership in the way that they see most fitting. So if they choose that they want a face-to-face appointment, that would be our pleasure to accommodate. If they want to meet virtually, we can accommodate that too. Neil Bouvier, General Agent for Southern Ontario, as well as part of the Greater Toronto area, asked me to talk very briefly about Coats for Kids and to remind everyone that we are going to be continuing our relationship as a hub, assisting Ontario State Board with the Coats for Kids program for the 2020-2021 fraternal year. We're going to be starting earlier. And due to a logistics issue that we had last year, we actually have a bit of a surprise and a big bonus for our guys this year. We actually have 2,000 coats in storage locally, ready to go. So what we're going to be doing is I will be deferring that Neil Bouvier will be interacting with the local general agents to get the information packages that are going to be for our program this year. As soon as we get that, we will be sharing that with the MEOs as well as our DDs to share with their councils. And we are going to be encouraging councils to operate much sooner. Once we deplete the 2,000 coats that are currently in storage, we're going to be having a really good working relationship with Supreme. They've really upped their game in the actual quality of the coats, as well as the delivery of the coats in a timely fashion. So we're really looking forward to that. And I want to thank our Ontario State Board, and especially our State Deputy, David Peters, for his assistance in making this what is the preeminent Coats for Kids program in Canada. The big joke is the Ontario Coats for Kids is the Canadian Coats for Kids, so great job, all of you. They talked briefly about fraternal benefit events. We have given a lot of the jurisdictions in Ontario a sort of a taste. So what you've experienced, if you've had councils go through to get their insurance quota this year, doing a fraternal benefit event, either hosted by a general agent or a field agent, is our very, very generic sort of one step covers all. And that is the actual fraternal benefit event that we would actually recommend would be a great one for membership. So if you are having a council or you have a district and you're trying to generate membership, we're hoping to use this as a TOPS presentation, basically a history of the order, a little bit about what we do charity-wise. We talk about the benefits, but we don't go into great detail. It's more of just a teaser. And what we find is most people really appreciate it. We just held one in my jurisdiction. We had 75 people attend, and we had 62 people reach out to us afterwards for contact to ask questions, to get more details, and to do reviews. So this is a great thing. These are with our existing insurance members. If we have people that are maybe a little bit questioning whether they want to get involved and they know that this is an additional facet to the order, I think this is a good thing. But on top of that, we can do more specific things. So if you wanted to have training on long-term care, financial planning, how does CPP work? How do you get ready for retirement? How do you integrate benefits? We can do those benefit nights too. All you have to do is talk to your local field agent or general agent. That was the trial though, what you just experienced. Going into the new fraternal year, all councils are going to be required to host 2 fraternal benefit events, and it has to have certain attendance requirements to count. So I would start getting the message out now, gentlemen, to your officers so that there's no surprises. The idea is that we host 1 per council in the spring and 1 per council in the fall, with the idea of it imparting information, re-engaging with our membership that maybe is not as involved with the council affairs as they normally should be, and with new membership and candidates, okay? The other thing I wanna make sure is that you start talking to your field agents now. I know it's the summer, dog days of summer, but we really do wanna get a jump on this so we don't find ourselves in the rush that we did just in May and June of last year or this year. That is all I have to say. Gentlemen, it is our pleasure. As my boss, Senior Vice President Bob Marlowe said, is we are here to serve. We are not here just to sell life insurance. That is our main goal, is to protect the Knights of Columbus families. But our main goal is to facilitate your jobs as the most important aspect of the Knights of Columbus, the volunteer corps that is our officer corps. Anything myself or my fellow general agents or our field agents can do to help you, you would have nothing more than just to ask. Thank you so much, gentlemen. I wish you a very successful meeting. Viva Jesus.
Thank you, Brother Sonny. At this time, we will be transitioning to another video that is provided to us by Supreme. This is the video by the Supreme Advocate, John Morella, Brother John Morella, and he will present to us our legal briefing. Again, as we transition here, I just want to thank you for all the questions and comments that are coming in. We are certainly doing our best to respond on the spot very quickly. And if we can't get to you back right away, we certainly have a record of all the questions that have come in, and we would like to then have the opportunity, if we don't have an answer for you right now, we would certainly get these questions answered for you and passed on to the correct people, so we would have this communicated back to you. So again, thank you for that. At this time, I will switch over to sharing my screen for our legal briefing and our presentation.
My name is John Morella. I'm the Supreme Advocate of the Knights of Columbus. I'd like to start off by thanking you, Brother Knights, for your service and loyalty to the Order. As Supreme Advocate, I have the great privilege of serving as the Order's Chief Legal Officer. We have a corporate legal department here in New Haven, which handles a broad range of issues that you might expect to see at a large financial services corporation, including claims, investments, contracts, taxation, litigation, regulatory compliance, intellectual property, and other matters. But nothing is more important than that part of our mission concerned with supporting our fraternal leaders in the field. Each year, we receive thousands of phone calls, letters, and emails asking for our assistance or intervention on a wide range of matters. I'd like to talk to you this morning about this fraternal support mission. It would be nice if we lived in a world where we didn't have to deal with legal problems and risks. If we lived in that world, you could devote yourselves more completely to membership growth and KFC programs, evangelization, and supporting the church. Unfortunately, that's not the world we live in. Our mission in the legal department is to help you identify issues before they become problems, to help you avoid problems that are visible on the horizon, and to help you resolve problems swiftly if they do arise, so that you can get on with the important work of recruiting Catholic men into the Knights of Columbus, supporting the church, and doing charitable works. The message that you should take home is that you shouldn't wait until a small problem becomes a crisis. To use a nautical analogy, if you see an iceberg on the horizon, the time to take corrective action is now, not when your ship is about to hit it. When discussing how to avoid legal problems, what we're really doing is talking about how to manage risk. One of the most important ways that any organization can manage risk is through buying insurance. Because our members are involved in so many community activities, our councils are occasionally exposed to legal action for alleged injuries or wrongdoing of some sort. Sometimes lawsuits arise out of incidents at a home corporation building, other times at a council event. We've also seen an unfortunate trend of lawsuits arising from disciplinary matters. For example, some members who have been suspended or removed from office have resorted to litigation or the threat of litigation. Fortunately, that doesn't happen very often. But if your council is being sued, it can cause a lot of disruption. Because of this risk, it's a very good idea for every council and every home corporation to carry insurance for property and casualty and general liability. You should know that state and local councils are not covered by Supreme's insurance policies. And because of the church's commitment to maintaining a safe environment for youth activities, some dioceses and parishes are requiring councils that use parish property to carry general liability insurance and to name the parish or diocese as an additional insured on the policy. At this time, I'd like to flag for your attention several broad areas about which we receive requests for assistance from state and local councils. Yet, as we've seen in recent events, great institutions can lose their good name in an instant through the negligence or misconduct of even one person. We've seen how one offensive tweet can unleash the furies of social media. Just to be clear, I have no reason to believe that this will happen to the Knights of Columbus. But we're not immune from the sort of allegations that have ruined individual careers and rocked so many other organizations, including colleges and universities, public schools, corporations, and religious congregations. So we'll need to continue to follow our long-standing practice of reporting and addressing allegations of misconduct. The Order's identity as a Catholic fraternal organization dedicated to its mission of charity. That mission must be reflected in who we are and what we do. Supporting people in need, faithfulness to the gospel and to gospel values, and fidelity to the church. At this time, I'll direct your attention to the slide deck that we've prepared for this presentation. The information on the slides is very detailed, so I'm not going to be reading from the slides, but you'll have them for future reference. Slide 3 is about council self-governance in the Knights of Columbus. Each council is a self-governing unit, which means that it elects its officers, decides what activities it will do, and what charities to support, and how it will raise money. This is consistent with that essential principle of Catholic social teaching known as subsidiarity, which means that problems and issues should be handled by the institution or agency closest to the situation. If there's a problem in a local council, the Grand Knight should try to deal with it himself before calling the district deputy, the state advocate, or the Supreme Advocate's office. In order to help council officers at every level address governance issues, we've assembled in the Supreme Advocate's office a group that we call the Council Governance Excellence Team. Slide 3 provides contact information and shows the range of issues that the team is able to address. This includes bylaws, insurance, council finances, disputes and litigation, and other important matters. The Council Governance Excellence Team brings together significant resources to help council officers handle problems and crises as they arise. One of the most frequent issues arising in council governance involves the relationship between a council and a home corporation. In November 2015, the Supreme Knight announced the Building the Domestic Church program, and at the same time invited those councils using home corporation facilities to consider whether they would be better off as parish-based councils. To that end, the Supreme Knight asked every council currently lodged in a home corporation facility to make a serious assessment of how well that arrangement is working. Specifically, councils using home corporation facilities should review whether this relationship supports or detracts from the mission of the Knights of Columbus, particularly whether it helps or hurts membership growth and charitable outreach. Councils need to decide whether the best course for the future is to continue using the home corporation facility or whether their council is more likely to flourish by returning to a parish. In our experience, councils that move from a home corporation building to a parish see a dramatic increase in membership and charitable activities. Slides 10 to 20 on the PowerPoint are about the Office of Youth Protection and the Order's Safe Environment program. The Knights of Columbus Office of Youth Protection assists members in protecting children and other vulnerable persons served by the Knights of Columbus through the Order's Safe Environment program. Certain members in council leadership roles are required to be trained and background checked by the Knights of Columbus. While this is a very important program, it is the responsibility of the state advocate to ensure compliance by the members in your jurisdictions. You should know the policies of the Knights of Columbus Safe Environment program in general. Your goal should be 100% compliance for all members required to undergo training and background checks in your jurisdiction. My colleague, Brian Geddick, and his team in the Office of Youth Protection can provide personal service to members and councils that are working to come into compliance with these requirements. In addition, there are detailed instructions available at Officers Online. Remember, if you don't implement the Order's policies, you'll be putting your state council and the Order at risk. We don't have time today to go over the details, but these slides contain critical information which will be helpful for your state advocate and others who are responsible for ensuring a safe environment for children and other vulnerable persons. Before concluding, I'd like to mention one other item, the officer's desk reference. This would be on slides 21 and 22. I know that we're covering a lot of complex and complicated material, but you should not be doing it alone. As the Supreme Knight has said, the state deputy is the CEO of his jurisdiction. A CEO of a fraternal organization, particularly one such as the KFC, with its structure of local councils, districts, and state councils, one of the most important things you'll have to do is to ensure effective self-governance at every level of the Knights of Columbus in your state. In order to help you and your leadership team do that, we've created an online resource called the Officer's Desk Reference. You can find it on the password-protected section of the KFC website. It's available to state officers, district deputies, Grand Knights, financial secretaries, and council advocates. As I hope you already know, the officer's desk reference is an inventory of best practices, frequently asked questions, specific guidance, policies, and general principles of fraternalism. Virtually every entry in the desk reference is based on actual inquiries we've received from fraternal leaders in the field. I urge you all to look at the desk reference. Take a couple of hours to read through it. If you and the other officers in your jurisdiction read the materials on the desk reference and internalize the principles and the procedures in it, you'll not only avoid a lot of problems, but you'll also improve the quality of fraternalism in your states. And you'll start developing a strong bench of future leaders who will have absorbed the fundamentals of fraternal leadership. In concluding, I'd like to remind you that the most important component of your success is your personal conduct. Whenever we give a coat to a kid or deliver a wheelchair to a disabled person, we're doing God's will here on earth. And we have the privilege also of inviting other people, men and their families, to join in this great enterprise of building up the kingdom and doing God's will. The legal department is here to help, and we look forward to working with you to make this the best fraternal year we've ever had. Thank you for your attention this morning, and thank you for your dedicated service to the Knights of Columbus. Vivat Jesus.
Thank you, Brother John Morella, for your presentation. It was insightful. I know I certainly learned something from that. At this time, we will now pass over to our worthy state. Brother David, help me out here. I've drawn a blank. Advocate, thank you very much. He will have a few words for you as well, speaking and reiterating a lot of what was already presented. But Brother David, over to you.
Very good. It's important that I follow the Supreme Advocate, so it's very good timing for this. So I want to congratulate all the district deputies for accepting the invitation by a worthy state deputy for taking their leadership role as a district deputy. I'm not going to go into the nuts and bolts. It'll be on my PowerPoint presentation, but I just want to relate this message to you. As Knights of Columbus and as Catholics, we have an ethical and moral obligation, and we must have a willingness to accept our responsibilities as leaders in our community and take all possible steps to protect our youth and our vulnerable persons that we encounter. This is paramount in importance. Our concern at State and Supreme that any lack of accountability to train our leaders and our councils will put our youth and our vulnerable persons at risk and corrode the public respect for the order if it was found after an incident that we didn't do our due diligence as leaders to protect them. Please understand that this is year 5 of the Safe Environment Program, and it isn't going to just fade away. There is nothing more important than to make ourselves safe environment compliant. After all, we wear the name of our founder, the venerable and soon to be blessed Father Michael McGivney. I can't stress enough that we do have cases in Ontario before the courts and before the police of alleged incidents that were also brought to the attention of the state deputy and myself, and it weighs heavily on us and to the Office of Youth Protection. So do not believe or accept others who believe that we do not have to take extra steps for training to protect our youth, because it doesn't happen here in Ontario. We must be prudent and responsible stewards of the people that we are in care and are entrusted in our communities. I made a checklist for all the DDs to complete. It will be available for download as well as my PowerPoint presentation for Safe Environment. I also want to mention that we currently have 93 financial secretaries and 93 treasurers who are not bonded because their trustees have 2 or more financial audits missing at Supreme. Section 130 of the Constitution states that these 2 financial officers must be bonded to handle money, and 186 of them are not in compliance with the rules of the Constitution. I need every district deputy to have a discussion, not just an email, with the councils and get serious about our financial problems and get this solved. We must overcome the Grand Knights who are resistant to change and hold our Grand Knights responsible to the leadership responsibility that are entrusted to them. I need all DDs to make a commitment to ensure every council has submitted every mandatory form, including the 185, 365, and the 1295 audits. We need 100% compliance for this if we're ever going to achieve full compliance with safe environment. I part with you with this message. As Catholic witnesses, it is about our love of God and our love of our neighbor. I leave you with this message. How can we honestly serve our Lord earnestly and with our heart and passion, but fail to protect the children of God that are entrusted in our care? Our conduct with others is vitally important. Viva Jesus.
Thank you, Brother David, for your insightful words. And there have been a number of questions that have been coming through on our chat line here. And the question is will this presentation be made available and the recording be made available? We are being recorded right now, as you know, and yes, the video will be provided to Denis at the State Office. It will be made available at a later time on the College of Knowledge for you to refer, but all of the training materials, everything will be made available as well. So this way it will be put forth in the coming days and weeks, made available for you so that you can refer to this. Brother David, thank you very much again for your message. And my apologies, I had a brain freeze there momentarily. Worthy State Advocate. Thank you. At this time, we will present yet another informative video by Brother Tom McCaffrey. He is the Vice President of Fraternal Operations. So I will share my screen momentarily here, and we will proceed.
Hello, brothers. My name is Tom McCaffrey, and I am your Vice President for Fraternal Operations. I've been a Knight for about 26 years and have served multiple times as District Deputy, Grand Knight, and Faithful Navigator. In 2018, I was honored to be the California Knight of the Year, as well as the Grand Knight of the Council of the Year. I am a retired Navy captain. I served for 25 years of active duty on nuclear submarines, retired from that job in 2004, and started up my own businesses in consulting and financial management, both of which I shut down in December of last year when I was hired by the Supreme Knight to take on this job. My mission has been to simplify fraternal operations and make your life as fraternal leaders easier. And it's an honor to be able to do that. I'll begin by talking about some challenges that we face in fraternal operations. And then we'll talk about some new and revised resources and criteria for council and district awards. We'll segue into speaking about communications, and then finally wrap up with what we at Supreme need from you. Let's talk about some challenges that you and I are facing in fraternal operations. We are facing challenges today unexperienced by anyone currently alive. The pandemic started just 3 months ago, 3.5 months ago now. It looked like we started getting a handle on it, and now a second wave seems to be building. And the future is uncertain. Don't know if there's going to be a cure, or when there will be a cure. So many things are unknown. But the bottom line is it looks very clear that we need to come up with new norms for life with the virus. The economic turmoil that it caused is still growing with massive unemployment, many companies shut down. This affects many of our brothers who are out of work right now. It affects many of our communities. Social unrest is spreading. Where did that come from? 3 weeks ago, everything was fine. Now, all of a sudden, we have demonstrations, riots, and it's the new national focus. And finally, the political divisiveness is actually getting worse. You would have thought that maybe these crises would have brought people together, but maybe it did for a little while, but now it seems like there is just no middle ground, and it's getting worse instead of better. So these are the challenges that impact our fraternal operations, impacting significantly. So what should we as Knights do about these challenges? So I'd like to offer 5 key ways for the Knights to respond to these challenges
for fraternal operations. The first is we need to embrace the digital technologies and practices we've been talking about in our webinars for the last 3 months. Secondly, we need to ramp up our Leave No Neighbor Behind efforts, not just for the interim period here, but for the entire fraternal year. Use this program extensively. It was designed for life with the pandemic. It is designed to get your members engaged and for you to help your members, your parishes, and your communities in meaningful contributions that will make a difference. The third thing we need to do is accept the fact that this pandemic may be with us for an indefinite period of time, and much of our focus will have to be on how to protect the vulnerable. Because let's face it, many of our members, our guests, our volunteers are in that vulnerable category. And shame on us if we put any of them at risk in the interest of serving our church and our community. So we need to figure out how to protect them while still doing our mission of charity and service. The fourth response is that we need to help get our churches reopened. Society needs this badly today. We need to restore access to the sacraments. People are desperate for the Holy Eucharist, for adoration, for confession. And we also need to give our priests a chance to preach and provide a calming influence on our society in this time of great unrest. And our fifth key response is to help evangelize the faith. With everyone locked up in social isolation for the last several months, this was a wonderful opportunity to help build the domestic church within our own families. Evangelize the faith, teach the faith to our kids so that they'll be more likely to remain in the church as they get older, and they in turn can evangelize to their friends and their peers to spread the good news as well. We also need to engage Catholic men with our new Into the Breach program. I'm sure you've heard about that from Jonathan Reyes, our Director of Evangelization and Faith Programs. But this is a fantastic program to get other Catholic men thinking more and living more of their faith. So let me expound for a moment on embracing digital methods. First thing you need to do is go look at our webinar on digital tools and methods. It's posted on our webpage, kfc.org/training. A couple of clicks, you can find it, watch it in its entirety, and learn everything we had to share about the various tools that are out there and the methods that we've adopted and the procedures we've put forth to use them. You should appoint a technology director, someone who can help you implement these tools within your normal fraternal operations, particularly your meetings. You want to help the members become comfortable with the use of these tools so that it becomes second nature to them. And you want to make it a permanent part of your council operations. We'll talk more about meetings in a little bit, but in general, you need to look at the vulnerable and not put them at risk just so they could attend a meeting or attend one of your events. They ought to be able to participate digitally, stay engaged from their home over the computer. So that would be a good choice for a technology director. He can set up speakers and microphones and a projector or camera, and he can be their link to the council meetings and other ways to help with events. So embrace these digital methods, make them part of fraternal operations going forward. Okay, the second thing I want to talk about is the Leave No Neighbor Behind program, specifically the first step in that program, which is to contact and engage your members. Contacting the members does not mean you just send out an email in the blind and think that you've done your job. Contacting every member means exactly that. Some of the guys will respond to an email, some will not. Some need a text, some need a phone call, some need to have their door knocked on. And that's what you need to do, to get in touch with every member, see how they're doing, ask if you can help them, and then encourage them to get engaged with your council service activities. This is the first critical step of the Leave No Neighbor Behind program. Councils need to get doing this right now. A key part of this outreach to your brother knights is to ascertain how they're doing financially. Did they lose their job? Do they need help with the rent? Do they need help putting food on the table? Can they pay their dues? If not, offer to waive their dues. Help them in any way that you can, and particularly help them to find employment. Try to put together a job bank balancing help wanted against help available. Encourage people to hire a night. They need a plumber, a carpenter, a painter, hire a brother. It would be of great benefit to everyone. You could even host job hunting networking meetings. Do that digitally with Zoom or Skype or whatever one of the digital meeting tools you're using, and let these guys network and discuss what opportunities are out there and good ideas. We're getting a lot of questions about how do we return to a sense of normalcy with our fraternal operations. And the bottom line is normal life under the pandemic is still taking shape. It's different in every city and state. And as I mentioned earlier, the common theme everywhere, though, is to protect the vulnerable, the elderly and those with pre-existing medical conditions that puts them at great risk to exposure and terrible consequences of exposure to this disease. It's very difficult for us to provide a comprehensive set of guidelines for resuming operations as restrictions are relaxed in your locations. It's just different everywhere. And one set of rules will not apply to all sets of circumstances. So lacking that, here are suggestions you could follow as the restrictions are relaxed in your area. But it's upon you to follow all of the civil, religious, and county health regulations in your area. You need to research that. You need to talk with the authorities. You need to find out what is required, and then you need to follow all those rules. But in general, avoid unnecessary travel and take special measures to protect the vulnerable. And this includes vulnerable among your members, your volunteers, and your guests. Here are some additional suggestions for your meetings and events. First, offer a digital option for people to participate without risk for their health. As I mentioned earlier, combine the digital tools and practices with your face-to-face operations so that if a member is worried about his health or fearful for his health, he still can be involved using a digital option, and you need to make that available to him. Secondly, use entry controls to turn away anyone who is sick or exposed. Ask them questions. Take their temperatures. If they say, yes, there's someone sick at their house, or they've been sick, or they've traveled where there was illness, ask them to leave. That's perfectly okay. Use hand sanitizers and disinfectants extensively, and take special precautions. And what I mean by that is use masks, proper spacing, limiting the group sizes, and avoid touching in general. Some additional suggestions involving food at your events. You need to sanitize the heck out of your food prep and serving areas. Do away with all of the self-serve food and drink lines and dessert lines that we used to have at all of our events. Plate the food in clean areas and bring it to guests. Use individually packaged condiments. Try not to use cash transactions, and offer takeout meals. Many of our councils did that very successfully with fish fries during Lent. Again, these are just some suggestions that you could consider to start down this path. The bottom line is you need to use prudential judgment, you need to protect the vulnerable, and you need to follow all the rules and regulations imposed by authorities in your area. We need to start helping reopen our churches. It's happening right now. Pastors are calling the nights to ask for help, to control access, to help control spacing, to check temperatures and do all sorts of things of that nature as they try to reopen the churches for Mass. This is an excellent opportunity to engage your members immediately, not a month from now, but I'm talking next Sunday. This is a way to get your people engaged. It's also an excellent opportunity to recruit new members. Men who are not knights can come to church. They'll see how the knights are helping, and maybe they will be interested in helping as well. And it's a great opportunity to recruit them. It's a fantastic way to start your new fraternal year. And the fifth response is to evangelize the faith. First, by building the domestic church within your own families while social distancing at home. This is a great opportunity to do this, and try to help turn the tide on youth leaving the faith. Another great way to evangelize is to promote the Into the Breach video series. This is a brand new Faith in Action program that we released in a pilot nature back at the beginning of Lent. Every council is strongly urged to participate as this becomes available for the new fraternal year as one of our flagship programs beginning on July 1st. The study guide will be available. All the episodes are on kfc.org/intothebreach. And this is a great way to host small groups of interested men for discussion. They could watch the short videos and then have a discussion group on what it means to be a Catholic man in today's society and how they can live their faith better. So please get involved with the Into the Breach video series. It is very easy to do this in the digital realm, even if you cannot host face-to-face meetings. And now let's talk about some new and revised resources and awards criteria. First resource is for public relations. Very important to use public relations to tell our story to not only our members and our church, but to our communities. If you have an interesting event coming up that would be suitable for filming, please contact Communications Department at kfc.org, provide the details and the point of contact, and we can arrange for your event to be filmed and shown broadly to all Knights and others throughout the world as ways to motivate them and to tell our story. Some of our new training resources include our new and improved webpage at kfc.org/training, redesigned for ease of use and navigation. We have new regional training courses and easier ways to contact your regional training directors to provide tailored training for your council's needs. We also have new updated print resources and presentations like this one that are being used at state organizational meetings are also available to be used at district and council meetings. So please take advantage of all these training resources. Some of our updated print resources include the annual fraternal planner, which is done and available now, our guidelines for council meetings, and our Faith in Action guidebook, which are almost done and will be available within a few days. And finally, our leadership resources book, which is under revision, but should be available within a couple of weeks. We are continuing to offer online exemplification ceremonies for everyone who needs them. They are offered frequently, several times a week. Schedule is promulgated by email to leaders on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. We may even have on-demand ceremonies available soon. And last thing I'd like to mention is that the last ceremony for the 2019-2020 year will be on Monday, June 29th, 2 ceremonies that evening, one at 7 and one at 10 p.m. I'd like to point out that after each online exemplification, the Supreme Council will send out a list of who participated in that ceremony. We'll send that list to states and to councils, and council follow-up actions are required. You need to resolve any errors in the candidate's information. You need to report and record the new and advanced members. You need to contact them, collect their dues, and provide membership cards. Very important that the councils do this in a timely manner after you receive the report from Supreme about people who participated in the ceremony for your council. I talked earlier about the importance of embracing digital tools and technologies as we go forward. And this slide is a collage of all the tools that we talked about in an earlier webinar, going through the pros and cons of each and allowing councils to choose which ones work best for them. So if you have not seen that webinar, you need to go to the website, click on it, spend 45 minutes watching it, and get yourself educated on these tools that will help your council operate in the digital realm. In choosing one of these tools to host your meetings digitally, please pick tools that will facilitate broad participation by a number of your members, that will allow discussion by your members, and that will accommodate voting on motions, etc., by your members. And because of the unprecedented restrictions on face-to-face meetings imposed by the pandemic, the Supreme Advocate's Office and the Supreme Council made an exception to the rules and allowed electronic voting for motions, for candidates for admission, for election of officers. And these guidelines were discussed in one of our webinars, which is still available online, and these guidelines are published. You can find them while watching that webinar and just click on them to download a copy for yourself. We all know the importance of installing new officers right away in each fraternal year, and I want you to know that this may be done electronically. Just use the council's electronic meeting tools. Take the existing script that you can download from our website, modify it as needed to reflect the realities of a digital ceremony, and get it done. And now I'd like to talk briefly about changes to the criteria for council awards for the 2020-2021 fraternal year. For the McGivney Award, which recognizes membership growth, the new quota will be a 5% net growth in membership. That was reduced from 7%. And the minimum will be 3 for small councils and 20 for large councils. And this too was reduced from 4 for small councils and 35 for large councils. For the Founders Award, which recognizes insurance growth, we remove the numerical quota entirely. Now a council is required to host and promote 2 fraternal benefit seminars during the course of the year, ideally one at the beginning of the year and one halfway through, so that your field agent will have time to work the prospects he got from those seminars. The seminar must be promoted by each council. There is no attendee minimum, although if only the Grand Knight and Deputy Grand Knight show up, that's not going to count. You can combine with other councils and host one seminar, and each council will get credit for that seminar as long as it was promoted within each council and each council had attendees present. There is an improved presentation that your field agent will use, and the general agents will report completion to Supreme. There's no paperwork that the council has to submit for this award. The Columbian Award for Programs Excellence still requires 16 program credits, with 4 each in the categories of faith, family, community, and life. The changes are we removed the required programs and we added more featured programs, including Leave No Neighbor Behind. The featured programs count for double credit. So you could do 2 featured programs in each of the 4 categories and get full credit for the Columbian Award. For a council to earn the Star Award, council has to earn each of the 3 awards that I just discussed. In addition to that, they have to submit their Form 365 for Directors Chosen and 1728, that's the annual fraternal survey of activities. And you must also be safe environment compliant in the US and Canada. And that's it. We remove the requirement to be current with Supreme assessments. There will be no Supreme per capita assessments in this coming year. For the Star District Award, the district deputy must achieve 70% of the combined council membership goal quotas. All councils have to fully comply with the insurance goals for doing 2 seminars. And if you're smart, if you have 4 councils, you can host 2 seminars that all 4 councils participate in and satisfy this requirement with just 2 seminars. At least 1 council in the district must earn the Star Council Award, and the district deputy must submit all required Form 944 reports on council status. That's twice a year, and you need to submit them on June 30th and December 31st. And that's it for Star District Award. And now I'd like to talk for just a few moments about communications. Things are happening so fast, changes are happening so quickly today that it is imperative for you as fraternal leaders to stay current with fraternal operations issues. And that begins by you getting on our distribution lists. And that happens by submitting the Forms 185 for officers chosen and 365 for directors chosen as soon as possible. And also to encourage your financial secretaries to update contact information for all members in membership records so that we can email, phone, or text all members, not just all leaders, but all members on issues of contemporary importance in this quickly changing era that we're living in. It is especially important that you as leaders at the state, district, and council levels do all of the following. First, attend all of the fraternal operations webinars. We're currently hosting one every 2 weeks, and the material is different in every single webinar. It's timely and it's important and it is needed for operating from that point forward. So don't miss these webinars. That you should not look at them as things you don't need. Trust me, you as leaders need to participate in every single webinar. When I don't need to communicate as much, I will reduce the frequency of these things, but they will always be packed with important information that you need to lead in the Knights of Columbus. Read every single Fraternal Leadership Advisory. This is our new newsletter. It's packed with information of a relatively short-term nature. It's what you need for the next 2 weeks or 1 month to succeed in your councils or your districts. Widely share all the fraternal operation emails that come from me. I send them to the Grand Knights and council officers. Share them with your members to, again, communicate all of these fraternal operations issues so everybody's on the same sheet of music. Do participate in the fraternal operations surveys that we often send out attached with our emails, because this is how you get to tell us what's happening, what's important to you, what we can do for you. And we read, I want you to know, we read every one of them and we factor in the good recommendations in all the things that we do. And please share your good ideas and best practices with us, because we use them to help motivate others and to modify the guidance that we put out for all councils. So please do all of these things to help us communicate more effectively with you, and they will help you communicate more effectively with your people. And lastly, I'd like to summarize by highlighting what it is that we need from you. First, we need you to promote the use of the digital tools and practices. We need you to promote webinar attendance by all leaders and directors. We need you to promote the use of the online ceremonies and the follow-up actions that are needed after those ceremonies. We need you to urge all councils to do the Leave No Neighbor Behind program, especially as the restrictions are in place from the pandemic. And finally, we need you to enforce timely submission of the forms 185 for officers chosen, 365 for directors chosen, and 1728 for your annual survey of fraternal activity. All of these things are about communicating and getting people lined up to receive the information they need and the feedback that we need, which is just so essential for effective communications and fraternal operations. So thank you very much for your attention. I wish you well and all success in your endeavors as Knights of Columbus leaders, and I congratulate you on your election for office and your appointment to the important positions that you hold. Vivat Jesus.
My brothers, as you're aware, for the charities lottery, okay, we were not able to hold the draw this year due to the pandemic. Changes had to be made, a new date we had to get, which is October 30th. I would like at this time to call on our charities lottery director, Brother Jaime Libaki, to give you a brief update. Brother Jaime.
Hi, good afternoon, Ward District Deputies. My name is Jaime Libak, a former District Deputy, and you have my contact information in the slides. Think for a moment about the various service programs, like the Cots for Kids, supporting food banks, etc. They are all wonderful programs which require funding from the councils. I will make a couple of comments about the nature of the fundraising and the profitability of it. It is an annual Ontario-wide fundraising with the potential to raise $1 million worth of ticket sales. Next slide, please, Brother Dom. But it's not just like any other lottery. Next slide, please. It is a charities lottery, and I use the plural because we raise funds for several charities. The takeaway thought is if we can give more. Think about it. It is a simple and profitable program, Simple because the state office staff takes care of all the licensing, printing the tickets, posters, and distributing and tracking them. It is profitable because 22% of the sales go back to the councils. Councils have ample time to sell. We have 5 to 6 months. And the good news is that we have about 346 councils participating in the lottery in 2020, which makes this program one of the most popular programs in Ontario. Now, district deputies, next slide please. District deputies have a unique opportunity to help by encouraging the councils to participate. And you have to provide a positive outlook and point out the benefits. We have incentives in place at both the council and district level. We will reward the top council sellers, the new participating councils, and those with incremental sales. I want to leave you with the last thought. Together, we can achieve more. If we can raise more funds, we can give more to the charities we support. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Jaime. As you're aware, our Squires program is one of the most important programs for our youth. And at this point of time, I would like to call on Ontario Chief Provincial Squire, Nigel Santamaria, to say a few words. Nigel.
Your Excellency, Reverend Father, worthy State Deputy, worthy Supreme Directors, worthy State Officers, worthy District Deputies, and worthy Knights. Good afternoon. For those of you who have not yet had the opportunity to meet, my name is Nigel Santamaria, and I have just been elected as the Provincial Chief Squire. It is my privilege and honor of addressing you today. The Squires program takes young men and turns them into strong Catholic leaders, as said by our founder, Brother Barnabas. The supreme purpose of the Columbian Squires is character building. The Squires program is vital to the order, as it helps the youth to develop the leadership skills while assisting their sponsoring councils at various council events and the church. Columbian Squires are the new future of the Knights of Columbus, as we will continue our journey into knighthood. We learn from all the experiences that come our way that strengthen our faith and our leadership capabilities. The Squires program is based on 4 pillars: spiritual, membership, circle, and service. The Squires program helps develop Catholic youth leaders that serve God, church, and the community. But today, I am here to ask for your help. Would all the district deputies with active circles in their councils coordinate with their Grand Knights to promote circle branching to the youth from neighboring parishes? It will help our circles gain more members, and it will eventually help the councils and our order with new knights. On the positive side, when you have the youth join the Squires, you have a greater chance of their older brothers or fathers who are not yet knights to join our order. For more details, please visit our website, ontariosquires.com. We thank you for your continued support of the Columbian Squires, and I look forward to working with each of you throughout this fraternal year to welcome new members that will benefit our order. Esto Dignus, be worthy. Thank you.
Thank you, Nigel. We do appreciate you speaking here today. Yeah, we are very eager to help in whatever way we can. So if there's anything we can do to help, please reach out. Your program is very, very important to us, and we would do whatever we can to support you at any point of time. There have been many changes with Supreme and the realignment as well. And I would like at this point of time to make an announcement that our past State Deputy, Brother Alain Kaye, who is now appointed as a Territorial Canadian Growth Director. And I would like to congratulate Alain on his new post, and we look forward to working with him. I'm sure he will be giving us a great time. We also have our Regional Growth Director, Brother Paul Perry, who's not present here today because he had to attend the District Deputies Organizational meeting for Nova Scotia. We also have regional training directors, Wayne Fink and Denny Belanjo, who are here to help with training of our officers, financial secretary training, or any other training that is actually required, for the success of our councils to move forward. And at this point of time, I'd like to call on Wayne Fink, okay, our regional training director, to say a few words. Brother Wayne.
Thank you, worthy State Deputy David. Your Excellency, brother State Board officers, and worthy Ontario leaders and brother knights. A lot has been said about the district deputy role and what is expected of you. I'm not going to go into any of that other than I just would like to add one comment as a past DD. Approach your job as a servant leader. Okay, do what you can to encourage your councils and help the mentorship of all of the items that are very, very important to their success. To aid you in that area, one of the things that we have with our new Canadian growth team, which where the State Deputy mentioned is headed by Elaine Caillé, the Territory Director, and the Regional Growth Director, Paul Perry. Francis McKean and myself are assigned to the area of Ontario. So we will be there to service your councils with whatever needs that you require, training-wise or support-wise, in both official languages. So that being said, one thing that I do want to draw your attention to is the training menu that has been distributed and will be distributed on a timely manner on a monthly basis. This is a document that shows training that is available in timely fashion, 1-hour sessions with possible follow-up conversations, but it will change every month. And that is open to any brother knight that wishes to take it, be it state board member, director, district deputy, council officer. Okay, so I encourage you guys to come out and see us and ask questions because we are here to support your state team. And God bless you all, and Vivat Jesus. Thank you, worthy State Deputy.
Thank you, Brother Wayne. Do appreciate that, my brothers, worthy district deputies. For all the training possible, please reach out to me. Please try and fill the calendars of Wayne and Denny as well. They are here to help us, to guide us, to ensure that the officers are trained properly so that they can conduct their offices in turn as well. So do reach out. Try and get them to, be as busy as they can. And Wayne, trust me, I will keep the calendar of yours filled as much as I can. I was just notified by our state advocate, Brother David Jellingus, that the Supreme Advocate during his presentation had mentioned locked-in for the liability insurance. We would like to mention that locked-in is for the United States, for those jurisdictions in America, in the United States. The province of Ontario, for Canada, we have our own provider as well. And as you all know, it's offhand, David Gottlieb is the contact person. Jones Delirious. Okay, so if anybody needs the contact number, it's up on the website. All right, so if you need anything, you need any further information where that is concerned as well, you can reach out to me, to the state office, or to David Jellingus, state advocate as well. Before we proceed to the installation of district deputies, I would like to ask Brother Dom to do a ping, do a poll question, just to make sure the overall satisfaction of everybody in attendance today. Brother Dom, over to you.
My brothers, at this time, we do have quite a number of individuals who have yet to vote. Thank you for your responses. If you have not voted, please do so. If you cannot see this because you are connected by phone, please indicate your satisfaction with the meeting in the chat box to Harpreet, and he will be able to tabulate your vote and or comments as your overall satisfaction of the meeting. This is very helpful for us to plan future meetings, especially in this format, because this is the first time we're doing it. So thank you for those who have voted. If you have not, please take the time to do so right now. If you cannot do so, please send a message to through the chat box to Harpreet. Thank you very much.
As you're all aware, we did send out notification that Jason Wickes, the IT specialist from our office, had passed away. I'd just like to keep you all informed that the funeral mass will take place on the 18th of this month, next Saturday. Marcel and myself, Marcel Lemon, our state secretary, and myself will be attending on behalf of the state board, and we will keep you informed as to further details as well. We're also looking to have another funeral mass, or just to have like a, what do you call that? A memorial mass that we will keep you informed if anybody else can attend. I don't know if we have that virtual, but we will keep you notified with that as well. At this point of time, I would like to ask that we take a moment in silence and respect, for Jason Wickes, and keep his soul in prayer. Thank you, my brothers. At this time, we will move forward with the installation of the State Council officers and the district deputies. I call upon our state chaplain to lead us with an opening prayer.
Let us pray. All-loving Father, bless these brother knights and their families, particularly the officers and district deputies of the Ontario State Council of the Knights of Columbus, who are here to renew their dedication to you and to be installed into their respective offices and be symbolically invested with the medal of that office. Keep them mindful that Jesus, your Son, taught us that authority among his followers is a ministry of service. Whoever wants to rank first among you must serve the needs of all. As true servants of their brothers, may they receive the light and energy to be inspiring and effective leaders. Under their direction, may we continue to enhance our long tradition of loyalty to you and to your church. We pray that with the help of your grace and guidance, the understanding and wisdom of these leaders will be such that the coming months of this fraternal year will see our members as men united in action, generous with their time and talents for your greater glory and the well-being of all mankind. May your name be blessed, and your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. With Mary, we make this prayer through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Worthy State Chaplain, worthy state officers, district deputies, both present and past, my fellow knights, ladies, and guests. At the organizational meeting of state deputies held virtually in the beginning of June, I had the high honor to be installed and invested by our worthy Supreme Knight Carl A. Anderson as the State Deputy of Ontario. Today, it is my privilege as State Deputy to install and invest my fellow state officers elected by the State Council and the district deputies appointed by me in concert with the Supreme Knight. I now invite our State Chaplain to bless the men and jewels we are about to install in the positions of state officers and district deputies.
Father in heaven, we ask you to bless these officers we are about to install and the medals that signify their duties. We pray that you will bestow upon these men the wisdom to exercise the leadership and authority their positions require. May this State Council ever support the life of the Church through our organization, and may our members and their families work together to help foster the common good as faithful citizens. May these men be a good example for those who follow them. May they conduct themselves with reverence, dignity, and grace. We ask this through Christ our Lord. Amen.
We will now proceed with installation of the State Chaplain. The primary duty of the State Chaplain is to function as a spiritual advisor to the State Council. His duties also include the supervising of all religious ceremonies of the State Council and encouraging our local council chaplains to implement programs that will promote the spiritual welfare of our members. It is my privilege now to install Bishop David Douglas Crosby, Oblate of Mary Immaculate, OMI, as our State Chaplain. I know our brother knights and families will support and affirm you as you fulfill the duties of your office. Worthy State Chaplain, I symbolically invest you with a medal emblematic of your office in the Order of the Knights of Columbus. May we, brother knights, always take to heart the spiritual guidance that you will give us during the coming year. Congratulations, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much.
Worthy state officers and district deputies, we have been chosen to guide the destiny of the Ontario State Council during this fraternal year. Our duties will be many and perhaps at times trying and difficult. We will be held directly responsible for every aspect of the duties which our office demands. The health and welfare of our jurisdiction is dependent upon how we carry out these duties. Only through our dedication can we build a strong and bright future for our jurisdiction and for our order. Our brothers have demonstrated their confidence that we are capable of outstanding leadership. Let us prove that they are correct. Remember also that it is through their cooperation that our past achievements have been made possible. Let us continue to merit that cooperation by measuring all our decisions in the light of what will be fair, just, and beneficial to them. Solicit their advice and consider it carefully. Bear in mind that our honored order is composed of many individuals. Whatever will ensure each brother's welfare must be the standard governing our every act. Study the official instructions you have received. obey the laws, rules of our order and of our state council. Ensure that each member does likewise. We will then deserve the title by which we will be addressed throughout our term of duty. Now, my brothers, in the presence of your wives, relatives, and friends, please stand and raise your right hand and answer truthfully the questions that I ask of you. Do you promise to support and obey the Constitution and laws of our order? Do you promise loyalty and devotion to the Church and to the Holy Father, the bishops and priests?
I do.
Do you promise to devote the necessary time to the discharge of your responsibilities as designated by the laws of the order?
I do.
Do you promise to keep the welfare and the good of the order uppermost in your mind and to promote it to the best of your ability?
I do.
Accepting your promises as given in good faith, I now declare that you are duly installed in your respective offices and are authorized to conduct the business of the Ontario State Council and our order until such time as you have been officially succeeded. We will now proceed with the installation of our state officers. Worthy State Secretary, Brother Marcel Lemon, I symbolically invest you with this medal emblematic of your office. May you ever bring honor and dignity to the order and to yourself. Worthy State Treasurer, Brother Bruce Poulain, I symbolically invest you with this medal emblematic of your office. May you ever bring honor and dignity to the order and to yourself. Worthy State Advocate, Brother David Jelinas, I symbolically invest you with this medal emblematic of your office. May you ever bring honor and dignity to the order and to yourself. Worthy State Warden, Brother Joe Bordner, I symbolically invest you with this medal emblematic of your office. May you ever bring honor and dignity to the order and to yourself. I now invite the newly appointed district deputies to be symbolically invested with their medal of office. Worthy district deputies, I will be calling out the last names, okay, the surnames, the family names, okay, of all those are to be installed today. Hutt, Sassine, Larocque, Moyhanen, Mayu, Katz, Fortin, Maloney, Arkand, Issa, Mayer, Penny, Masters, Reverso, Soshak, Foreign, Bernard, Eckstein, Ryan, Pergolesi, Negi, Saget, Valiancourt, Arokium, Burnand, D'Souza, Whitbread, DeBoyer, Frank, Garcia, Lee, Palmer, Craig, Rigoberto, Salmon, and Hawley. I symbolically invest you with this medal emblematic of your office. May you ever bring honor and dignity to the order and to yourself. Brother Knights, ladies, family members, and guests, you have witnessed the officer installation and investiture of the State of Ontario for the fraternal year of 2020-21. In closing, may I ask that you work with us and support us in building the mission of our order. Let us show these officers our appreciation. Worthy district deputies, I trust that today's proceedings have been worthwhile for you and that you are now filled with enthusiasm for the upcoming year. If you are able to emulate the success of your predecessors, then this order is in very capable hands. The vision for the province of Ontario for this year is the Circle of Honor Pinnacle status. Our quota for this year is 1,925 members as intake and 9 councils as NCD. My brothers, if we can bring in 2,118 new members, that is 110% of membership increase, and open 9 new councils again this coming year, then you would have done it. Imagine being a part of the Circle of Honor Pinnacle. However, my brothers, do not make the mistake of waiting until the last minute to start your promotion and recruiting efforts. October, the traditional month for conducting church drives, will quickly come upon us. If you are wise and organized and start putting your pieces in place during these warm summer days, we will be very successful. The most important program in today's uncertain times is Leave No Neighbor Behind, and I encourage you to find ways and implement councils to participate and bring this program to life. Please remember to call your members, your widows, people who are in need, people who are looking for a call from you, people who are bored to death. Do encourage the executive teams of your councils to call and check on all of them, especially the elderly and the widows, and find out if any help is required. Depression, my brothers, is the #1 worry in these times, and we can help in many small ways to elevate a person's state of mind. May God bless you in all your efforts, my brothers. Do remember that the state board officers and your directors and team, with the trainers as well, I should say, in our RGD, are available to assist you in whatever manner they can. Please reach out if any help is required. I will take this opportunity to thank everyone who participated in making this virtual meeting of the District Deputies Organization meeting a success, especially Brother Dom Cianfone and his team, our office staff, all our directors and chairmen, and my worthy district deputies. Congratulations, and I look forward to working with you and having a successful year. Do have a great weekend, stay safe, and remember Jesus. At this point of time, I would like to call on our state chaplain to close with a closing prayer.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, amen. Holy Father, we thank you for the graces which you have bestowed upon us all. We thank you for the spirit of cooperation and inspiration which we have witnessed here today, and ask that this spirit prevail throughout the year. We humbly beg you that you will find merit in the endeavors of our duly installed state officers and district deputies. Bless the efforts of all brother knights and their families who will labor long and unselfishly for the good of the order and the good of our church, under the leadership of these men and whom they represent. We ask this in your Son's name, who lives and reigns with you and the Holy Spirit forever and ever. Amen.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Worthy District Deputies, once again, thank you for taking the time to be with us today. I wish all of you all a great weekend, a lovely summer, and all the very best in all that you set out to do. We will now have the closing hope. My brothers, that comes, it's a closure to our meeting for today. This meeting is now adjourned.